He went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Mark our nation's 250 years of resilience by building your financial strength. Open a First Harvest Credit Union growth savings account and earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with just a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money is always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our Share and IRA certificates. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just some headlines for you one headline that we've talked a lot about with regard to Iran and the question of nuclear. I just want to point this out to you that, in fact, it's everybody's reporting, this happens to be Associated Press, but widely being reported this morning that the UN Nuclear Agency boss and the UN Nuclear Agency, they are confirming that inspectors will indeed visit Iran's nuclear sites, and that is under the Iran-U.S. interim deal. And it's the International Atomic Energy Agency head, Mariano Grossi, had signaled that, had confirmed that, and that's being widely reported this morning and last night. So I just wanted to give you that because we've talked a lot about, whether or not this memorandum of understanding, this Iran deal, what were the real motives. And so I just want to let you know that the inspectors are preparing for a visit and that they are preparing for regular visits and inspections of all of Iran's facilities, and that would be under the terms of that memorandum of understanding. The other thing I just wanted to mention to you, just as a headline, if you haven't heard yet this morning, and that was that the Senate, the U.S. Senate, for the first time did indeed approve a war powers resolution and in an apparent or obvious rebuke to President Trump over the Iran conflict. Obviously, it's a moot point because, President Trump is downgrading from that and trying to get the heck out of there. But I will say this, that President Trump is scheduled today to meet with senators to discuss the Iran deal. But that vote did happen. Senator John Fetterman voting with his Republican counterpart here in Pennsylvania to vote against it, right? So, but I just wanted to point that out to you. The War Powers Resolution, that was a first, and it's symbolic, clearly. But I just want to give you a couple of those headlines. I do want to, at some point today, remind me, Dan, I hate the Philadelphia Inquirer headlines when they try to do these headlines. This is, the headline is, an Inquirer investigation finding that the FOP police union, talking about these charges, that they're making it look as if the FOP union is overcharging city taxpayers for certain things like carpet cleaning. It's a disgrace to me. This has to do with the union. When you have a police funeral, this is disgraceful to me. That you have the funeral of a slain or in the line of duty funeral for someone who's protecting and serving us, we the people. And the Inquirer should be ashamed. It's a disgrace that they would actually put this on the front of their digital version to say, oh, shame, the union is putting in for expenses. This has to do with expenses of a funeral for a slain law enforcement officer that, yes, I don't mind pay of all the things that I'm going to pay for in the city of Philadelphia. And I'll bring in another city of Philadelphia taxpayer, and that's my friend, our dear friend, Linda Kearns, because it's Wednesday and we love the lovely Linda Kearns.
Good morning, Dawn.
Hi, my friend. But I know you saw this too. Every time they do these investigations, Linda, I'm just like, really? But in this one, okay, you're doing an Inquirer investigation. Really? Why don't you look more into, what about the sheriff? What about our sheriff here in Philadelphia, who's Bilal, who's embarrassing? Why don't you do more investigations of her rather than when they, put in for expenses of things like carpet cleaning when it has to do with paying for the funeral of a, murdered law enforcement officer and the funeral expenses. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I think this comes down to being a critical consumer of news. Don't just read the headline. Read the whole article, then go find if there's anything else written about it, because we really just can't depend on one news source, and definitely not the Philadelphia Inquirer.
Yeah, I mean, so the headline is Philly Police Union defends questionable expenses, blaming city ineptitude for delayed funeral payouts for officers killed in the line of duty. Does somebody, to your point, Linda, does somebody just look at that headline and go, ew, this is icky? Let's not put this on the cover of our, you know what I mean?
No, I think the person writing the headline has an agenda.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
right. Because
I mean, just like with these pastors that just got indicted, or whatever,
facing charge,
right? I bet if they were Catholic priests, that headline would have said Catholic priest, but they weren't Catholic priests, so they were kind of very dodgy about who these people were and what was the church and so forth. So yeah. I do think that the Inquirer would have blasted Catholic priests get charged when no Catholic priests were charged. This was clergy of another type of church.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, what great point. Great point. So those are just some headlines, and we always love to call out media bias or bias by omission, however you want to say. And you're right, Linda, being a critical consumer of news. So up next, we've got Elvis news, we've got Trump news, we've got this court ruling, and Dan Borowski and I were talking about this yesterday. We want to get Linda's take about this local court ruling having to do with what? Corporations can vote in what local election? That's my little tease here.
Yeah, and Dan sent me the articles for prep, and I have some,
Some
behind the
stuff?
scenes scoop on some election news. So.
Behind the scene. So we're going to take you beyond the headlines. When in America do you get a lawyer, a brilliant lawyer, for free? Okay? Because as Yoli always says, the lawyers always win. But in this case, you win because you have a top attorney, right? I believe in the nation.
I will say,
who's
Greg,
not charging you by the hour.
And Greg is being a lot nicer about lawyers, probably because I threatened him. Notice how he kind of like backs off and says when he makes noises about lawyers, he says, except Linda Kern. So I threatened him and complained enough.
So that was when you threatened a lawsuit, Linda.
I just kept badgering him.
Our favorite attorney here. So we will we'll get Linda's take, and like Linda said, she has all this great stuff for you. Oh, it's all good. It's Wednesday. It's Linda Kern's Day. We have so much. Dawn Stenslin Show, Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly. Be right back.
Be prepared with CHIP. Free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality healthcare and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP. Free or low-cost healthcare for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
It is not hard to destroy a college.
Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 24-month certificate at 4.00% APY or a 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. For flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute markets. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, Oh, no. But they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So let's get to it. A couple of headlines before we get to Linda Kearns and some of these great issues. But I just saw that we did have police, another active scene, 2 killed in Fairhill. They have been identified, 2 others injured. 5th and Westmoreland Street. And so they're talking about large summer crowds and unfortunately some of the violence. I will say this for FIFA, and I went through it yesterday, but wow, the financial success of FIFA overall nationwide, but Philadelphia #1 as far as a city that is raking in. It might be, I read some of the data putting together, it may total $1 billion raking in all of these tourism dollars with all of these visits. If you count not just FIFA, but all the celebrations for the 250th here in Philadelphia. And then I think the All-Star, Philly's All-Star, right? That if you put that together, it's $1 billion. So it's good for the restaurants, which, all the local businesses probably, still hurting post-pandemic. So that's pretty cool that we talk about.
That is good news,
isn't
it?
it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not that interested in the soccer, but hey, I'm thrilled that they're here. I'm thrilled that they're pumping money into it.
And it looks like, for whatever reason, in Philadelphia, when we think about all of for example, Fairmount Park, the Lemon Hill situation, the stadiums, all of that, New Jersey, for example, is being ripped. That they have not done a good job with it.
Right.
In especially Philadelphia, it has been wonderful. So kudos to our city managers. And I think, by the way, the Trump administration worked with everybody well, even though maybe they don't talk about that in the national headlines. It sure feels like on the Trump, he created right when he came into office, all those FIFA committees, and people sort of were making fun of him. Some people were making fun of the president when he had the FIFA people. Remember, they gave him that little
award.
Making
fun of Trump.
Oh,
Are you
I know
sure?
It's a shocker.
Please.
But nobody will give Trump credit. And I imagine it's probably all the grandkids and kids. I don't know if Barron played the soccer. But remember that? He had all the FIFA people and he was all pumped up about it and excited about it. Turns out this is really great for America as far as tourism and all the bad publicity by our social media, but also in their countries worldwide. All these visitors coming saying, wow, and these are people with money. They're coming here paying a fortune, shopping, and they're like, wow, America's great. You guys get a bad rap.
And I hope people, from the socialist countries come here and say, wow, look at all the opportunity here. Look at all the things in the stores and so forth. And maybe we'll convince people that this socialism is just a terrible
Not
idea.
A good thing.
I don't know what that's going to take.
So this court ruling that I just wanted to get into this, Linda, because it struck me as odd that it's the state of Delaware. And they have this court ruling where it went all the way up to the high courts, and they're saying a corporation can vote. And so I just wonder if you could take us through this. Sometimes you see these headlines, you think, what?
Yeah, so this is limited to Delaware. In case people don't know, most corporations headquartered themselves in Delaware because Delaware, it's a small state, and very, very long ago they decided they would be like very business friendly. So most people incorporate there and have their so-called headquarters there, so that any lawsuits and so forth can be fought there in a state that has friendly laws. So, and that's the way Delaware kind of makes money. And so this court ruling in municipal elections only, this is not for governor or president or anything, they did allow corporations to be able to have a vote in municipal elections, just tying it to property ownership and paying taxes. And I think that this is a very limited ruling to Delaware because of its status with, being the headquarters of so many corporations. And I want to differentiate this from some other ways where states and municipalities are trying to expand voting. Sometimes you see that they try to expand voting to people younger than 18. That's the kind of stuff where I get a little bit nervous, because if they start to do it in municipalities like, say, in New Jersey, and then the next thing you know, there's going to be a call, well, hey, let's get younger voters to vote nationwide, basically, minors to vote. So I don't think that this ruling about corporations voting in municipal elections is really that dangerous. And because Delaware is so unique with regard to the corporations, I don't think that we're going to see that spread anywhere.
Because the way the ACLU, they were the ones that took this to an appeal, and the way they worded it was funny to me, because they were saying it's Fenwick Island for allowing, quote, non-human artificial entities to vote in municipal elections. So they're almost trying to suggest that by upholding something like this, that it's they're almost giving people the impression that it's like AI voting. Did you notice that in the way it's being covered?
Yeah, I mean, what they're basically saying is if a corporation can vote, that's going to dilute the vote of a human being who's voting, because the more corporations can vote, then the less, say, a human being's vote will count. But remember, this is only in municipal elections, and it's tied to the taxpayers and
landowners.
Yeah, and
right?
landowners. So I think it's a very limited ruling.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, isn't it a person that votes then if it's with the corporation? The headline is artificial entities and non-humans. So that's what the ACLU that's what threw me. Only human persons should be allowed to cast ballots.
Yeah, I don't know how the corporations decide, what their vote's going to be or the mechanics of it. So it probably has to be like a mail-in type vote where it's sent to them and they fill it out and return it.
But a human being somewhere is the head of the corporation.
Yeah, or a board.
Yeah,
or a board. Yeah.
But I just thought it was there. To me, again, it goes to us looking at, and I love doing this, media coverage. And so what you would infer by reading what the ACLU has written, I feel like they're trying to insinuate that this has to do with AI or artificial intelligence, when in fact it doesn't.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Right? But I think they were trying to be tricky, or I don't know, something. All right.
The other voting news was this woman who was just found, or she pled guilty to voting twice. She voted in Philadelphia and in New Jersey in the 2024 presidential election.
Huh? And I thought that never happened.
I know. There you go. So when I read this story, my first thought was, how did they catch her? Because unfortunately, there really is no widespread uniform mechanism to check whether or not people are voting in different states. There could be, but there's not. We do need reform. So my guess was that some friend or relative or somebody basically dimed her out. She probably opened her mouth and said, I can vote twice, and someone got mad at her and dimed her out. And I found out that that's exactly what happened in New Jersey. Someone told the authorities in New Jersey, and New Jersey cooperated with the Philadelphia Board of Elections. Our Republican commissioner, Seth Bluestein, I do have to give him a shout out because he did cooperate with this investigation and provided them everything they needed to show that she did vote here in Philadelphia and in New Jersey. And this goes to basically a wider problem that I have talked about, which is not that exciting to talk about, but it's voter roll issues. And we do have a federal law regarding voter rolls. It's called the National Voter Registration Act. Bill Clinton signed it into law long ago. It's the federal government delved into elections. And basically what that law said was when you go to the driver's license place, you're going to get given the opportunity to vote. And as a compromise, though, you're supposed to, states are supposed to make their voter rolls open and transparent and available, and that people can, or entities can, ask for those voter rolls and then basically look for problems. The problem that we have is that that law has been litigated so much over the years that we now have an issue where the different circuits, the circuits that feed the Supreme Court, have different interpretations of who can ask for those voter rolls. Unfortunately, we live in the Third Circuit here in Pennsylvania, and the Third Circuit says, no, an organization does not have standing to ask for those voter rolls. And that's a problem, Dawn, because this law was intended that organizations could police the voter rolls. So I was actually a part of the case that went up to the Third Circuit, and the Third Circuit said, no, your client, the Public Interest Legal Foundation, does not have standing to do this. There is a split in the circuits. Some circuits say that entities like my client, Public Interest Legal Foundation, does have standing. So when there's splits in the circuits, that's when the Supreme Court, you will usually take it to kind of settle it, and that's what we're hoping for. The Supreme Court can resolve this. And if it is resolved appropriately, how Congress intended, and organizations like my client, the Public Interest Legal Foundation, can do voter roll checks, more issues like this woman who voted twice could get detected. So
she is 40-year-old Maya Pack, and she did confess to it. So it's not alleged.
Yeah, so she was charged, and then she finally apparently just pled guilty. She hasn't been sentenced yet, and it was investigated by the FBI, and she was charged in federal court.
Yeah, it's so funny because all the articles say that they did not say how she voted.
Well, I mean, she may have never told anyone how she voted. Yeah, so we might not know how she voted. Unfortunately, Dawn, there is no mechanism really and truly to figure out if somebody voted twice. I mean, technically, I could order the voter rolls from New Jersey, order them from Pennsylvania, and really comb through them. But no one's really doing that. Sometimes different states will compare voter rolls, but that doesn't happen very often. There is a system called ERIC that I think right now 27 states are a member of. It's an interstate compact for voter roll information. Only 27 states right now in the United States are members of ERIC, and that's a way to share voter roll information. There are a lot of people, kind of like the Twitter, I like to call them, the Twitterverse. A lot of people want ERIC disbanded because some of the money that goes to it is from leftist groups. And people like me who do election law work say, look, maybe ERIC isn't perfect. And yes, some of the money that is funneled to it does come from leftist groups, but it's the only mechanism we have right now that has an interstate compact to compare these voter rolls. So let's not get rid of that until we have something better in place. And I know that you and a lot of people are saying, pass the SAVE Act, pass the SAVE Act. My problem is the SAVE Act isn't going to solve any of these problems. And to me, these are the core problems that we need to solve, which all started when the federal government even got involved in elections and passed that National Voter Registration Act and said, hey, let's dump everyone who goes to get a driver's license on the voter rolls. And because they said, let's dump all those people on the voter rolls, they had to do this enforcement mechanism. And now the courts have diluted this enforcement mechanism. And that's why I get very, very anxious when I see the federal government is dipping into voting. So
with the SAVE Act, that would not prevent non-citizens from voting?
So that's what it says. It says states have to prevent non-citizens from voting, but each state has very different, voter registration, laws and so forth. And I don't think that law as written is going to be effective. I think that we should encourage states, or Congress should use its powers to encourage states to pass those laws. But I don't think that law is going to be as effective as people think it is. It has a catchy title, hey, Save America. So I think, again, if you're not a critical thinker, you say, hey, Save America. I want to save America. Sure, I want my senator to vote for that. But my concern is the way that it's written, it's not really going to do much because all of this happens at the state and local level. And there's a lot of things that need to be resolved on these non-citizens. And one thing that I keep bringing up is birth certificates. I mean, right now, a birth certificate is the way that you prove you're a citizen. Have you ever looked at these birth certificates? They're not standardized across America. Not at all. And if I waltzed into some, little office in Idaho and said, "Hi, I'm from Pennsylvania. Here's my birth certificate." How's that clerk in Idaho going to know I'm really a non-citizen? So I think that the non-citizen problem really has to be resolved with, all of those technical issues. And I know that's boring to hear. It's a lot sexier to say, "Save America, let's pass this. Let's all tweet about it." But, I think that there's real administrative issues that need to be resolved to solve those problems.
But it would solve the issue as far as the Save America Act. It would solve the issue of, like, here in Pennsylvania, you and I were talking about, you can go get an ID or driver's license, whatever, and not be a citizen. You can be a non-citizen, and then if you lied, you could use that and then register to vote, like, online. Correct?
Well, anyone can lie, and you're supposed to sign under penalties of perjury that you are a citizen. Pennsylvania actually has a marker on its driver's license database that says whether or not you're a citizen. I mean, we can't see it, you can't see it, but DMV knows whether or not you're a citizen. And when the local election offices compare the voter rolls and the voter roll applications to the DMV database, they should be able to tell, well, this person has that marker, so they're not a citizen. That was a lot what my lawsuit was about, where we were asking Pennsylvania to tell us what happened. How did non-citizens get on the voter rolls? Because we had a big problem about that in Pennsylvania. And we fought that case. We won at the district court level, but the Third Circuit said, wait a minute, Public Interest Legal Foundation, you don't have standing to keep asking for these records, so we're just going to stop this case altogether. So this goes back to, there was an enforcement mechanism in the National Voter Registration Act to help people like my client to ferret these types of things out. But we already have some mechanisms in the law to prevent non-citizens from voting. And while that act says, okay, you can't let non-citizens vote, well, we already are not supposed to be letting non-citizens vote. And here in Pennsylvania, we do have that mechanism. I do think that we need more robust laws. For example, when you go for jury duty, a lot of people say, I don't want to go to jury duty. And by the way, I'm not a citizen, so I shouldn't even be on the rolls. That type of thing should uniformly get reported to the election offices. That's another way to get non-citizens off the rolls. So there are lots of mechanisms that we could be a lot more robust about.
So I was just looking at ICE numbers that they've in fiscal year 2025, about 500,000 people were deported, somewhere between 442,000 and 500,000. And then on top of that, just this year, it looks around 300K. So with all of the people that they're continuing to either round up, make go through the process, deport, etc. If these people are willing to be here illegally, maybe even get services they shouldn't get, all of that. To me, I just think, well, if they're going to do all of that, then what stops them from voting? I mean, so New Jersey, for example, all the people that have been deported, all those people in those facilities, there's no way to look that up and say, to look at even past elections or prevent in future ones to say, hey, we know you're a sanctuary state and you've really greased the board, so to speak, for non-citizens. How do we ensure for the people of New Jersey or any state, but especially a sanctuary?
So one of the ways that non-citizens do get on the voter rolls when it happens is because the Biden administration and other Democrat administrations have said, whenever you touch the federal government, you're supposed to be offered the opportunity to vote, because the Democrats know that if they start to offer people, when you go in to get benefits, when you go to get a driver's license, if they start to force more people on the voters' rolls, they're basically inventing new voters. And those are the types of policies that have to stop in order to make sure that these people aren't even being given the opportunity. Here in Pennsylvania, they did correct it because what used to happen was when you went to get your driver's license, if you remember, they have that touch screen. And the touchscreen would ask you, do you want to register to vote? And some non-citizens said, sure. They don't know. They're at a government office. This touchscreen saying, do you want to register to vote? They think they're doing the right thing. They say, sure. Well, what Pennsylvania should have done was they should have ordered those screens. So the first question they ask you is, are you a citizen? And when you say no, you're not even offered the screen to be able to vote. That did get corrected in Pennsylvania. But those are the kind of administrative things that have to get corrected to prevent all of this non-citizen voting. And I want to make clear that the concept behind the Save America Act, I absolutely undividedly, support. Of course, we do not want non-citizens voting. I'm just not entirely convinced that law is the mechanism to do it. And in a lot of these very, very small counties where I spend time, because a lot of times I sue them when they do things wrong, I know that it's usually just a few workers administering the election. And if the federal government starts dumping policies on top of what they already have to do, I think it's going to make the jobs even more difficult. And I think that's why it has to come from Pennsylvania. For example, here in Pennsylvania, if all of our counties had e-poll books, and if we could get voter ID in Pennsylvania, then when you went to vote, you would slip your driver's license into the e-poll book, and that's the way that they can confirm your identity and also confirm that you're a citizen. And so that's something that Pennsylvania can do, but the federal government can't make all 67 counties in Pennsylvania get e-poll books. The federal government can't necessarily pass voter ID in Pennsylvania. So that's just an example. And I know that this is very technical, but I mean, the technical part is what makes these laws work or not work. And people think, oh, well, Linda is a Republican and she represented Trump several times. So she's automatically going to like the SAVE Act. But I look behind it and say, okay, well, how are we going to administer this? And how is this going to make elections better from the ground up? And that's what my main concern is.
And so with it, by the way, Nick Cale just texted me because he's on I-76 on the Schuylkill. He says that a guy just pulled out a gun, fired another driver, it sounds to me, I'm inferring it's like a road rage.
On the Schuylkill?
Yeah. He says, just witnessed a shooting. One driver pulls out a gun, fires at another driver, missed, kept driving as if merely flipping off the driver. Never seen anything like it.
I mean, does you want to call him the hotline?
I know, if you can, well, I don't want him to. I want him to get out of there. I just want to make sure you're safe.
Is he texting and driving on the Schuylkill?
Well, he might have pulled out. I don't know. I hope he got out of there. Or if are you stuck in traffic?
People need to learn to resolve conflict without pulling out a firearm. I mean, I know the other day I was driving, I think on the Northeast Extension, and I was in the left-hand lane, and the person in front of me was going so slow and was driving right next to a truck. And there was a line of cars behind me. There must have been 30 cars behind me. And I was thinking, does this person not understand how to drive? But I certainly did not get out a gun and shoot the person. I just kept flashing my headlights to say, hey, lady, you are holding up, a lot of cars on this highway and presenting a real problem here. Oh, my heavens. Is Nick okay?
Yeah, that's what he seems fine. But I said, call in if possible, but be safe first.
Oh, my heavens.
So he says the other guy, I guess the shooter, whoever pulled the gun just drove off.
Oh, my gosh.
But I know in Philadelphia.
Did he get a license plate number?
I don't think so.
Huh.
I don't think he did. And that's the thing that in something like this, I would just say, don't get involved. Yeah, if you can. The problem is you're probably going to get in trouble if you record or something. But yeah, try to record or get a license, something.
Can we take a quick break?
That's why I never honk. You know what I mean? I never honk at people. I don't flash lights.
Same. Well, I did flashlight at that lady, but I thought she was creating a problem. Dan, are we chatting too much?
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's up to Dawn. I mean, we got a break. I just figured we'd knock it out real quick in case he calls in.
When Dawn and I get going, it's very difficult for us to stop.
I'll give Dietz tomorrow. Oh, he's going to save it. I'll give Dietz.
Okay, no, that's a good idea.
It's because of the new laws, too, if he grabs his phone. And I think he wants to get out of there. But tell us about it tomorrow, Nick. I'm glad you're safe, though. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Holy Moses. That's why don't honk at people.
Yeah.
Just if there's a road rage person, let them go. It's not worth your life, for crying out loud. So we will take a quick break, and we got to talk about Piazza. Speaking of, he's in his Piazza vehicle, so he's safe. I don't want you to worry, but say a prayer for him. It's just like, holy moly. I know.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh. Whew. That is really crazy. So thinking about a hybrid, so the only one in my family that has a hybrid vehicle is my husband, Larry Bear. He drives the CRV, the Honda CRV SUV. It's a little bigger, and it's a beautiful thing. And I will say this, sometimes if you have an SUV, especially a bigger SUV, you might not want to get an SUV because you think, oh, it's going to be a gas guzzler and I don't want to constantly pay more when I do fill up or have to fill up more frequently. So this is a great option. It's the Honda hybrid lineup. And by the way, the lineup includes the Accords, the Civics, and like I say, the CRV SUV. Right now, you take advantage of 2.99% financing. That's for 36 months, or 3.99%. That's for 60 months. And that's on the CRV, the Honda CRV. So experience it, award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in either Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. You can begin your shopping experience online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers, and we're not your typical jewelry store. We're a family-owned jeweler and manufacturer, crafting nearly every piece right here in-house. When you shop with us, you're getting a curated, custom design experience, not just a selection of cases on a shelf. That means every piece is personal, crafted with care, and made to last. If you want something different, truly unique, and made just for you, this is fine jewelry the way it's meant to be. Come see us in Newtown Square and step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com. Get
ready for Men at Work. You better take cover. And Toad the Wet Sprocket. Live in concert. Friday, July 31st, Event Center at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Walk on the ocean. Get tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Men at Work and Toad the Wet Sprocket.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
Weather sponsored by Philly Hired.
A comfortable air mass has settled back into the Delaware Valley for today. We'll have plenty of sunshine. It will be warmer, but not humid, with a high right near average at 86. For tonight, becoming partly cloudy, still comfortable. Low 66 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Thursday, we'll have partly sunny conditions and a bit warmer with a high 88.
Still scrolling those big national job boards? Doing it wrong. If you want a job in Philly, use the site from the city. Philly Hired connects you with local companies that actually know what a hoagie is. Find your next gig at phillyhired.com. Local jobs for local people. Don't be a jabroni.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
This is Nick Cale today on the Schuylkill. Lord Almighty, he's feeling his temperature rising. He didn't get shot at, I don't think, but he was on the Schuylkill on 76 and witnessed, apparently, somebody road rage, whatever, pulls out a firearm, shoots at somebody else, missed, so thank God he's a bad shot. Linda Kearns. And Linda, Dan is in here listening. We're trying to get the latest from police, so we're looking at scanners and whatnot. So I don't want to speculate here, but Dan, there are other activities that might coincide with what Nick witnessed, or maybe, possibly.
So just over the break, I've been listening to a couple different police scanners over on Broadcastify, and the Northeast precincts were chasing some guy through a cemetery. It looks like they had a bird up in the sky that they wanted to check backyards and such. So it sounds like there's an active chase or something going on, and just thinking, so you can kind of hear him.
Can I just say, is it legal for you to put that broadcast? That I apologize. I just don't have the answer. No, Be careful.
So let's stop it.
Because I Googled like shooting on the Schuylkill, and I didn't find today's shooting, but I found a bunch of other shootings in Philadelphia.
I did the same.
This is like an epidemic. People are just taking their guns out. And
road rage.
Someone just got shot in Tarsdale, I think, within the last day.
It's crazy.
And was killed while he was driving his car. So, oh my heavens.
And the thing about it is, because there's so much, it's a big city, right? So, but overall, I will say this. I was looking at the data. Homicides down almost 30% in Philadelphia. Overall, violent crime, property crimes, everything is down across the board. So,
I wonder if
thank God,
because we deported tons and tons of people who had, no job and no legal way
It's Larry Krasner's community programs, Linda. What the heck's the matter with you? Why would you say such a thing?
I'm sure studies will be done and time will tell.
I'm sure. From Nick. Okay. I guess Nick pulled over, left a voicemail because Because seriously, we do have in Pennsylvania now, there are all these new laws, if you didn't know this, just starting, so that it's not a fine, it's not a warning anymore. It's a hefty fine if you are caught handling your phone. So
what if you use your phone for GPS? Because I use my
nope,
phone.
Don't do it. You can't even, Linda, if you're at a stoplight, okay, traffic light, and you put your car into park and then you adjust your GPS, technically the law says you can get a fine. Technically. So Nick left you a voice. I'm glad he's abiding by the laws.
So are we going to play Nick's voicemail?
So basically what happened was I was coming around the bend where Girard is, and there's a vehicle behind me going really fast. I can see him flying up my rear end, and he swings by me on the left-hand lane. I'm in the right lane. Okay. He gets back in front of me in the right lane. I'm just assuming he sees whoever he's targeting in the left lane. Window must have been rolled down. All I see is his hand and a firearm out. He fires a shot. Looks like he missed because I didn't see any glass break. And then he accelerates in front of that vehicle that he shot at, takes off, and the guy to the left of me, who was the intended, I guess, victim, he's just driving. I don't even know that he even heard it or saw it.
Oh, my gosh.
As calm as can be. I'll give you guys more details in the morning. I'm stunned at what I saw.
I'm glad he's okay. Nick, we're glad you're okay. But that's why, like, in Philadelphia anymore, I don't even know if my horn, if it even works. I'm not even kidding you, because people are hotheads. They're crazy.
I wonder if the guy felt that the other guy was doing something wrong, or he was just after him. He was just had some vendetta against him for something else, and thought, all right,
I think
I'll
it's
just take my
road
gun
rage.
out and shoot him on the Schuylkill.
People get so angry. And even this morning, I'm driving. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning, and somebody didn't because I was on Lincoln Drive, and I was in the right lane, and then because people drive like 100 miles, they're crazy, and so now I'm getting in the left lane because I'm going to take, I'm going to go on over the City Ave Bridge, and take. And this guy, he wasn't close, but the fact that I put my directional on, proceeded into the left-hand lane, right, to get into that lane. And this guy's like right up on my bumper, now mad that I moved over. People are crazy at all hours. So sometimes you might think, oh, well, it's the afternoon. Are they drunk? Are they this? No, people are just hotheads. They're just angry.
I mean, I think maybe this law that you can't touch your phone is a good thing, because you really have to be paying attention.
That's true.
I drive a manual transmission, a stick shift car. I kind of think all young drivers should drive that, because if you have to physically change gears, it's very difficult to look at your phone. That's like it's a way to kind of prevent the younger drivers from looking at their phone. They have to have their hand on the gear shift. And it also prevents my car from getting stolen, because no one knows how to drive it.
That's a good one.
I'm sorry, Dan?
What do you drive?
I drive a Honda HR-V.
Oh, okay. I was expecting like a Corvette or something.
No, God, no. No,
like a Ferrari
I'm very...
She's the original Herv.
Yeah,
I drive a Herv,
yeah, it was I think
it
was the first year they came out, and they drove them in stick shift. So
getting off to Dubai, hopping in a Lamborghini with a stick
But
shift.
anyway, they don't make it in stick shift anymore, so I'm keeping this car forever,
wow,
which you can when it's a Honda.
Yeah.
You can keep Hondas forever. Although I do love the thought of those Hondas that are coming out that are hybrids, like you talked about. Our very awesome sponsor, Piazza.
Yeah.
And Dawn, that's an example of the market solving something. Rather than like when the Biden administration came down and said everyone has to drive an electric car, and I thought, I live in Center City. Where am I going to plug an electric car in? Then, the market comes up with these hybrids where it's part electric, part gas. And I'm sure your husband's car does way better on gas than just a pure gas CRV. And that's the way the market solved a problem. They're not forcing him, who drives into New York and might not be able to plug it in New York, but it's a hybrid that the gas, I'm sure, charges the battery. And then once you're on the highway, you use a lot less gas.
You just made me think of something. If you have a hybrid, does it have the opportunity to plug in, or could I fake it? Because then if you, like, around the area, if you have a car that plugs in, you get a primo parking spot.
Yeah, but if you've ever read some of those articles, people who depend on that, and then you pull in and the thing's not working, or it's just dripping the
I don't care about
electricity out very slowly. Oh, you just
I
want the
fake
parking
it.
spot.
Yeah, I just want the parking spot.
Well, maybe you should become an ambassador, because I think when you're an ambassador and you get like those plates, so maybe ask Trump to make you an ambassador somewhere, and then I think you can park anywhere.
Ooh, then would everybody have to call me ambassador?
Yeah, the Honorable Dawn Stenslin. There's an idea. Or you could just get a driver. Why doesn't Dan should be driving you around?
No, he's like, I just want my husband. I just want certain people, like my husband and Nick and my brother John. Those 3 people. Like, could you pick 3 people in your family or whatever, like, have to call you the Honorable?
The Honorable Dawn Stenslin.
Well, you know what, Dawn? We'll start doing that here on the radio, okay?
Now entering the room, the Honorable Dawn Stenslin.
That's so funny. That is really funny. The Honorable.
She's followed by her townspeople.
Shame. You little people. Like, my husband would never, Larry, would he ever call me the Honorable? Like, no, excuse me, honey, you have to call me Honorable. And then he would go, well, you can't call me Lair Bear. So, all right, forget that.
I think they give that honorable title out to a lot of people. If you notice, a lot of people just use it. So, and I don't know how honorable the people actually are. It's totally overused. But Dawn, if that's what you want, or Dan, we can refer to her as Her Royal Highness.
I like that too.
Yeah.
I like the Honorable though.
I
think they should play this music every time a judge enters into a courtroom.
Yeah, that would be hysterical. Maybe not. Linda has to deal with that.
Yeah, I have to deal with.
But to your points, you know how like they said like everybody would have their their pronouns. Well, why can't we choose entry music?
I
or what
said that during
calls
that
us?
whole pronoun craze. I said, look, if you're going to insist on pronouns, then you better call me your
Goddess.
Royal Highness.
Oh,
yeah,
Royal
or Goddess, or
Goddess?
whatever. It's
like I want to be called that would be fun. Now when you enter into court, and now the Goddess Linda Kearns.
Yes,
like
exactly.
that. How funny would that be? That'd be awesome. No, we can't. See,
Dave is so quick on that.
But see, this is Zioli. We can't.
Oh yeah, that's
it's and then you can hear Zioli doing it.
Yeah, that is something that you totally associate with Zioli. Who's doing better, right? He's recovering from his.
He still gets exhausted.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it was major surgery. I know my mom sent him a get well card, but she sent it here to the station. I hope they forwarded it to him. He hasn't said anything to me, so I'll have to ask him.
Aw.
Yeah. Well, my
Mama Zioli is like your mom.
Yeah.
Saints.
Yeah.
They're so good. Yeah. I've totally lost my place.
We had to break.
Oh, we do?
Oh. Yeah.
We didn't even do the Elvis story yet. Do you mind? I know you have court, but can you stick around for a little bit more?
Absolutely.
She's only an attorney who has like all these court appearances and stuff like that. So I just lost track of time. So we do have a couple of stories that we wanted to run by Linda, some fun, some serious. So right around the corner, stay right there. You got to hear this. Be right back.
The Honorable Dawn Stenslin will be back after the break.
I love that, Dan.
My name's Rodney Huber. This is my wife, Cynthia. We've been with Crash Proof since 2025.
For someone that's concerned about their financial future, I would encourage them to go to a Crash Proof retirement event. It's about education and the possibilities of your future. In 2026, we earned over 17%. Crash Proof Retirement, true to its word, has not charged us a single fee.
You know where you're at, you have a good idea where you're going, and it's going to be consistent. Crash Proof Retirement has given us the opportunity to keep our money safe and enjoy what this country and our hard work has provided. A 17% return is pretty damn good.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library.
Oh. No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Touriste.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is your way of celebrating America. The White House did it much differently with the UFC fight. What did you think about that?
It was a travesty. Yeah.
It's Larry David.
What else can you say about it? It was embarrassing. I was embarrassed to be an American. Yeah.
He's embarrassed. Yeah. He's embarrassed to be embarrassed.
He didn't like the UFC fight?
Didn't like it.
Oh, well.
Give me a break.
I mean, he's good at
grumpalumpus.
creating sitcoms, maybe not at knowing when America... I thought that was pretty popular, the UFC fight. People seemed to like it. Yeah.
Very popular. Who cares what he thinks? Just go entertain. Make me laugh.
Dawn,
boy.
did you see?
Royal Highness.
I have something for you to discuss at the next Donald Trump fan meeting. He just declared a national emergency on Truth Social, and he's refusing to sign this housing bill that was passed 85 to by the Congress until the Congress passes the SAVE Act. So he apparently wrote all this out on Truth Social. Why can't we get him one of those phones that just dials like Melania, Barron,
or like a phone that, oops, no signal. Like maybe it doesn't have Starlink, it doesn't have good service.
Or like my daughter's play school phone that lights up like green and blue if you press a certain button.
So here's what he's putting out there. I know. It's like he put out 32 minutes ago on True Social. He put out, "This is the hard rubber surface, no paint, before the vandals cut and pulled it apart. So he's doubling down on the reflecting pool.
Which, enough already
DC.
with the reflecting pool.
So there's that. And then, so he does the before and after. And protecting your data. Today's how? Okay, 1 hour ago. Today's housing news conference and signing is hereby canceled until such time as we pass the desperately needed Save America Act in all caps, which I consider to be a national emergency. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT.
Dawn, I sometimes I spend time in the Poconos visiting family and so forth. So it's a different television market up there. I got to tell you, the ads that I see, I'm seeing ads now up there, and not even just on regular TV, like on streaming services and so forth, that the Republicans are taking away seniors' benefits, that if we continue to elect Republicans, these senior citizens won't be able to get prescription medicine. I mean, they are terrifying senior citizens. And I also see lots of ads about Republicans taking away your right to abortion. That's still something the Democrats are putting in their ads. And we have 3 congressmen up there who were voted in, with Trump, and they're going to have very tough re-elections. Rob Bresnahan, Dan Muser, Ryan McKenzie. And at your next meeting with your fan meeting with President Trump, I would mention to him that,
Mr. President,
he needs to, I think that it would be in his best interest to take some action to really, show the American people why we need to reelect these congresspeople. And one of those actions might be if he signed that housing bill that he's now refusing to sign, because that goes straight to affordability. It looks like that housing bill, that housing law, is going to limit institutional investors investing in buying single family homes, which will make hopefully more homes available for regular families. And then it addressed other issues in that housing bill. So I think those are the types of things he needs to really concentrate on, so that more Republicans are incentivized to show up in November and vote in these elections.
I will definitely bring it up at the next fan club meeting. Because my friend Amy will be there. We're Trumpaholics. Like, yes, I'm a Trumpaholic. And here's what I would say about ads that are over the top. To your point, in all seriousness, about some of the political ads, the barrage of ads. I do wish that we had stricter control on all sides of these ads to fact check them and to have some level. There was one, oh my gosh, that used to air, and some people have, I mean, you can pull them off the air, but there are some that are so over the top. Like, if you think that any politician anywhere in America is going to touch any benefit for a senior citizen, you're an idiot.
Of course.
Right? Because they vote. Seniors vote. So if you're a Democrat or Republican, whatever you are, right, and you really think that anybody, any career, especially career politician, is going to touch your benefits, you are, seriously, you should be, you're
right,
a freaking idiot.
These ads, they're directed straight at seniors. They're trying to scare them. And I don't agree, Dawn, that we should be policing them. I think the answer to free speech is more free speech. And the Republicans should also be flooding the airways with ads about everything that the Republicans are doing to make people's lives easier, and what Trump is doing to lower taxes and shore up Social Security and all those types of things. I think the answer to free speech is more free speech.
Okay. Well, that free speech you got to pay for. So it's not free. So who benefits? The TV stations in the Lehigh Valley. They're like, Dawn, ixnay on the, like, you know what I mean? They're like, one of them that I do broadcast with, so I should shut up. Because they make, right now, they just rake in the dough.
Right. And hey, and that's a benefit to Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Look, we're making money on the soccer people, and now we're going to make money because we're a swing state and everyone looks at us in these elections. So there's an incentive to just, flood us with ads.
What was the Elvis story, Dan? Did we get
was
to
there
it?
an Elvis story?
We don't have time. We got to get going. Yeah, sadly.
Darn.
Oh.
Boo.
Well, I'll be sitting in.
That's right, because I'll be here tomorrow. But then, Linda, thank you. You and Dan allow me to go to my nephew's wedding, so I'll be with my dad and stuff
Friday
like that.
and Monday.
Oh, great!
So
awesome.
Ziola usually calls in on Friday, right?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Ziola will be here.
I'm excited about that.
You guys will have fun without me.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Lovely. And Dom Giordano show is next. I don't know. Are we supposed to tease something for Dom?
I think Dom's here. Dom, you there?
Dom.
Hello?
Oh, nope. No Dom today.
Who was that?
It's Mary Walter, I think, today.
Was that Mare?
Oh.
Yes.
Let's hey, Mary. It's Dawn.
Hey, Mary Walter. It's Linda Kearns.
Hi. Are we on the air?
Yeah, we're on the air. This is pretty. The pool boys put you on there.
Does anybody tell anybody
Sorry.
anything?
No.
I'm just curious. I mean,
you know why? Do you know why, Mare?
Because it's run by men.
Yes. Thank you. She finished my. See, this is why women should rule the world. Right here, Mary.
There's no advance notice whatsoever. I've just been sitting here waiting for someone to test down the line.
See,
Well, you
Linda,
get tested
Mary,
on
and
there.
Dawn. We should run the station,
Just
and
like
we
old
should
times,
run the
Mary.
world.
Just like old times.
Yeah, and Dan, you've learned nothing. That's all I'm going to say.
Me and Mary used to work together like a decade ago. It was amazing.
I know.
I am such a huge Mary. Well, I am. You know, I'm your fan, so I'm glad you're here. What have you got coming up?
Well, we've got Hans von Spakovsky joining us. We're going to talk about the SCOTUS rulings.
Awesome.
And Cully Stimson is going to talk about Antifa getting arrested. So they finally defined it as an organization. So this whole thing, it's not an organization. You can't arrest us. Well, some of them are going away for life. And also lawfare against nuns. Who sues nuns?
That's right. It's a sin, Mary.
It is. And I think there's a special place in hell for those people. That's just me.
Amen, sister. Title goddess.
Well, this
Goddess
is such
Mary.
it's such a nice surprise. I get to talk to you ladies. I mean, and you too, Dan.
Mary,
but it is nice.
Be good to that my producers that you have coming up. Henry and Kurt.
It would be super nice if they would talk to me. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, they don't even have their headphones on right now.
Yeah, they don't.
It's
Yeah.
Dan.
What are you guys
Dan's
doing?
Henry's doing stretches over here.
Yeah.
He's getting ready for like a basketball game.
Yeah, I just got to, hold on. I just got to, okay, hold on. That's what I just got.
Well, the goddess, Mary Walter, is in the house. We're in good hands.
Thank you. I love you guys. Thanks. Bye.
Hi. Thanks, Linda.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
And welcome to the Dom Giordano Show. How are you? I'm Mary Walter in for Dom. I was going to say, you can think of me as Dom in a dress, but that's not very good, is it? And listen, Dom does a totally different show than I do, and nobody could be Dom, so I can't do the same show that Dom would do. So please give me some grace here if it's not exactly what you are expecting, because Dom and I are two totally different people, and I would not expect him to do my show, that type of thing. So so it's so good to be here. I'm very excited about it. And yes, there is video today. There's video. We got it. Let's see. I'm back in the rest of this week. I'm back in, Thursday and Friday. It's only oh my gosh, today's Wednesday. So Thursday, Friday, I'm back with you as well. And tomorrow I will be on Newsmax 2 on the Ed Henry Show, sometime in the 6 o'clock hour. That's when I will be on there. I also have some other Newsmax stuff coming up, but I didn't bring the list with me upstairs, so I don't know. So Suze wanted to know, will Mary be on video? Yes, I was here. I'm here. I just have to find the video, though, because I'm still on Dawn's
I'm getting
video,
it up in a second here.
All right, they're going to put it up. All right, so let's start off with something a little fun. All right, something, because we got a lot. We've got some serious stuff coming up. So Hans von Spakovsky is joining us next hour, and as you heard me tell Dawn, that he will be discussing the recent SCOTUS rulings. All right, and then in the last hour of the show, Cully Stimson will be joining us, and we're going to talk about some other court rulings. There's a lot of stuff going on with the DOJ. They're doing a lot of stuff, which is great, and a lot of things that need to be done. So super happy about some of them, not so happy about others. But Cully's going to go into all of those with us. You are always welcome to join me, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210, or you can just tag me in a post on X at Mary Walter Radio, and I will get those texts or those posts, tweets, I guess, as soon as I can. So let's start out with the World Cup. All right. So the president, he has not gone to a World Cup match yet. But the president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, was talking to Brian Kilmeade yesterday. And they were saying how, because the World Cup trophy is going to be awarded at the final game at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, not New York, as much as New York wants to say, oh, well, it's New Jersey. It's the same thing. It is not New York. It is New Jersey. Same thing. It's kind of like the shores in New Jersey. It's not, in New York or Pennsylvania. It's in New Jersey. So I want to go to cut one, and this is the president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, talking to Brian Kilmeade on the presentation of the World Cup.
Sorry, give me a second. I was messing with the video here.
Oh, okay. He's setting up the video. Sorry. I didn't realize. You got two people there. Can't one of you do one and the other one do the other?
You would think, right?
Well, that's how I would think it would be done.
Yeah, no, it's more, this is on me. I'm going to take full blame for this one.
Okay, would you like me to sing a song or
yeah,
something in the
please.
meantime? All right. Okay.
I don't know why this isn't working for me.
Because we waited to the last minute.
We did.
That's why. See, if we do these things earlier, then it doesn't happen on the air.
I've got it now, though.
You got it?
The President of the United States gave out the club trophy when the World Club Championships were here at Giants Stadium, same venue. Yeah. Will the President be giving out the World Cup?
We will be together with the President, enjoying the final and handing the trophy to the winner, of course, together.
Together you'll be doing it?
Of course, we are together all the time.
Now this is different. This is so Trump too. It's so Trump, and I love that it is so Trump, because at both the 2018 World Cup in Russia and the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, Infantino personally presented the trophy to the winning captain. Before him, it was the FIFA president, Sepp Blatter, who did this. So it's not done by world leaders. It's just done by the president of FIFA, except for Trump. Trump will be handing the trophy to the winner, which I absolutely adore and love and think it is absolutely hilarious and just so Trump. All right, let's go to, now cut to. So President Trump yesterday was signing a bunch of I think it was executive orders, but whatever he does, he goes off into another direction and he's talking with the press, loves to talk to the press. So he's talking to the press and he's taking questions from the press. And this one reporter, it's kind of hard to hear his question, asks him, are you going to take part in the FIFA events? So you're going to take part in any of this? You're going to go to the World Cup? What are you going to do? Are you going to take part in any FIFA events? Just listen to President Trump respond. He is sometimes he just has a great sense of humor. And I love it because I know it bothers the left so much that it makes me love him even more. So here's Trump.
It's going to be a big event at the Kennedy Center. Do you intend to take part in it? Will you have a part to play on December 5th?
I may play. I mean, I see the money that these soccer players, we call it soccer, but I see the money that these soccer players are making. I may try and play. I'm a very good athlete. My son is a very good athlete. And he's a good soccer player. He's on the tall side for soccer. Yeah. He's 6'9". That's pretty tall. But
that's pretty tall.
It's on the tall side. Good. It's on the tall side, but he's good. But no, I may put on shorts. I look extremely good in shorts and join the play. No, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be good.
Many foreigners.
So yes, you can take part. If you didn't hear it. If would you take part in any of the events? And he said, and he goes, I may play, which is hilarious because he's not going to play, but he's just messing around. He's just having fun. And he said, I see the money that these players make. I can make good money. And then he said, well, maybe my son could make good money, but he's a little tall for a soccer player. But then he goes, yeah, I may play. I may put on shorts. I look very good in shorts. I look extremely good in shorts. He's mocking himself. And I love when people can make fun of themselves. I think that that's a really important trait to have because America as a country, I think, has lost the ability to laugh at themselves, me personally. But I always make fun of myself. I don't care. You make fun of me. I just laugh. A lot of things people make fun of are absolutely true. And we all have our quirks and, you embrace them and laugh at them. And that's that. So Trump laughing. I look extremely good in shorts. Okay. He just cracks me up. And I love that it makes the Democrats insane. That's why I love it even more, because I know it drives them nuts. And so I'm like, give me more of that. Give me more of that, because it's genuinely funny. And they're just such miserable people that they can't embrace it. They're just incapable of it. So anyway, so that was that. All right. Do you guys remember Lindy Lee? Lindy Lee was a big bundler, big fundraiser for the Democrats. And she left the Democrat Party. And she is now publishing a new book, and it's titled Unburdened, by what has been unburdened. And in this book, she reveals who ignored and who covered up Joe Biden's mental decline leading up to the 2024 election. She told Fox News Digital in a phone interview, whatever was out there, it wasn't the truth. They wanted him to go. And also, in my book, I will be telling people exactly who was aware of Biden's cognitive decline, but pretended otherwise. The book comes out, as I said, later this year, and in it, she indicates that Biden enjoyed only shaky support even among his own camp before he ultimately dropped out of the 2024 election, which makes sense, right? It makes sense because it's all about what we were talking about led up to that really early debate. Right? That early debate that they had, a debate in June, was before any debates had ever been held before. And they did it purposely to showcase how bad off Joe Biden was. And now it all makes sense that most of his camp wanted him out. And that's why. And it did exactly what they thought it would do. It showcased his mental decline and got him out, which is what they wanted. They wanted a primary. This is where it kind of backfired on them. They wanted a primary, and they wanted to run so they could push Mark Kelly. The astronaut was apparently the one they wanted to push, but it turns out that Joe Biden, or Jill, I think it was probably Jill. She's the one who put out that statement that said, "Yeah, and I'm endorsing Kamala Harris, as the candidate." And then you have the rest of them, Obama, Pelosi, and company going, crap, now what? She said, "I remember getting a text from Shifty Shift." And because she said some of the party's leaders, the leading figures who expressed reservations behind the scenes, were saying one thing behind the scenes, were publicly supporting Biden and denying that there was any problems. And she said, Adam Schiff. She said, "I have it in my book." Basically, Adam Schiff I can't remember what he said on TV, but I'm telling you right now that behind the scenes, he very much wanted Biden to go. And she has the text. A spokesperson for Schiff responded saying that the senator had made his doubts about Biden publicly known after the 2024 debate. See? This is why. It all makes sense. It all comes in there. Many figures who were hesitant about Biden's cognitive abilities were afraid of putting themselves in the path of his political momentum. She said he was just very well liked. He was a very well liked figure. He had a very endearing personality. And so they thought he was sellable. When he would get mad, he would yell at people. Like, you saw that. And I don't know if that was the dementia, because sometimes if you've ever had somebody that go through dementia, they do get like that anger thing that they get going there. He displayed that, I think, on several occasions. She said they didn't want to get ostracized by the party. It's like the axiom, you come at the king, you better not miss, and everyone would have missed. She said that fear was bolstered by internal research that the party had done that indicated that no one else in the party could challenge Biden. Nobody else had the political capital to challenge Biden, so it had to be Biden. There are many candidates who polled themselves against Biden and realized that they couldn't beat him in a primary. It wasn't a matter so much of anti-Trumpism, it was self-interest. I've seen the polling data. I included it in my book, and it's data that no one's seen before. And then talking about, she said that they stacked Harris against all of them, and they polled Buttigieg, Newsom, Shapiro, Whitmer, Harris. Harris was the weakest candidate in the field, which is why they wanted they wanted a primary, and they knew they had to do it soon, which is why they pushed for the debate in June. And then I swear, I think it was Dr. Jill, the good doctor, like Whoopi Goldberg said, thinking she was a real medical doctor. I think she's the one who thwarted their plans for the primary and purposely picked Kamala Harris to put her up there, because she had to know the polling data too. And she had to know that Kamala Harris was the weakest candidate. So she totally screwed the Democrats, which I kind of secretly love. Like, I secretly really enjoy this. It's kind of fun to watch them eat their own, And we all saw it coming, so I mean, not that anything's going to happen. Joe doesn't know where he is right now. The only good thing is maybe we can find out through some subpoenas and some FOIA Act requests, which I'm sure it's all gone by now, but emails and text messages and things like that about the auto pen, because Hunter's pardon came through when Joe Biden was at the transfer of power ceremony. You know, when he was leaving, they were leaving on Marine One, and Trump was coming in. That's when Hunter's pardon went down. So Joe didn't sign that. Now, but did Joe even know it was going to happen is the question. So, but I'm sure all of that evidence has been destroyed illegally, of course. But when you get a D, if your name doesn't matter, it don't matter. All right. Coming up, I just have some news I want to get to, because we do have our guests coming up. We're going to talk about a lot of political cases. So I do want to get to some of this, and I also want to get to what happened primarily in New York, but in other districts and places around the country, this rise of democratic socialism. Can someone explain to me, like I'm 5, what the difference is between democratic socialism and socialism? Are they just calling it democratic socialism because it sounds better? Is that what it is? What is the difference between socialism and democratic socialism? Because I don't know. So if you want to jump in somewhere along the line and explain this to me, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210, or tag me in a post on X at Mary Walter Radio. Got more coming up on the Dom Giordano Show.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here as we celebrate America's 250th birthday. What a great reminder that this nation was built by hardworking people, entrepreneurs, and local family businesses that serve their communities every day. That's one of the reasons I've enjoyed working with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They're a local family-owned company helping homeowners throughout our region improve and protect their homes for years. When you work with Chapman, you're supporting a local business that stands behind its work and truly cares about its customers. To celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary, Chapman is offering $250 off new red, white, or blue entry doors through July 4th. What a fun way to add some patriotic style to your home while improving curb appeal and security. So visit ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Hello. Mary Welter in for Dom. Yeah, I'm with you tomorrow and Friday as well. And like I said, I know I'm not going to do the same show that Dom does. I'm not capable of doing his show. We're different people. So give me a little grace. I would appreciate that. And he will be back, trust me. So you have nothing to fear. So there's just so much news, and there's so many smaller stories, and not that they're small. I think that they're big stories, but they're going unreported because, that there's certain stories that make a splash and others that don't. And I thought this was so interesting, and I think it's a huge story, and I think it's a story that we as Americans should be really, really outraged about. We should be really upset about, and nothing's going to happen. Like, I don't know if anyone will be held accountable. We're probably going to have to hire a gazillion more DOJ lawyers and agents and all sorts of stuff, because there's just so much that needs to be tracked down, and we only have 2 years left, and if we lose the midterms, you're done. It all comes to a screeching halt. So a U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration agent became a whistleblower, and he first filed a whistleblower complaint in late of 2023 with the U.S. Office of Special Counsel, disclosing that the DEA and the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Mexico deliberately did not seize large shipments of fentanyl, including deliveries of 150,000 pills and 50,000 pills. They knew they were coming in, but they let them be brought into the country purposefully. The Office of Special Counsel then asked the DOJ to investigate after finding a substantial likelihood of wrongdoing. Like, why didn't this happen? And what it apparently was Obama's Fast and Furious, but in reverse, where Obama allowed guns to go into Mexico so that they could track them back to the cartels. They were bringing it in this way so they could track apparently where they went. So that's what he compared it to. But as I said, in reverse, he says, after Fast and Furious, the Justice Department headquarters adopted a protocol that said, if you have a wiretap and you know that firearms are going to be trafficked, you have to try and stop them. In 2019, they adopted a similar protocol for fentanyl, so the DOJ's guidance was ignored in Albuquerque. Even though it said you have to stop them to prevent another Fast and Furious, they did it allowing drugs into the country that killed Americans. The U.S. attorney decided to go become cowboy and do his own thing in the hopes of making a bigger case. He told, what is this guy's name? Attorney Tristan Levitt, the president of Empower Oversight, a whistleblower center, said the DEA has a campaign that says one pill can kill, and so the DEA allowing this to happen was really significant, and it was driven by the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Mexico. So if you know somebody who died of fentanyl, this has to be a personal affront to you. How are people not up in arms about this? The United States government allowing this chemical to come into the country, and people died because of it. Now, you can't track each pill. You can't do it. So I'm not quite sure what they were trying to accomplish here. The lawyer Levitt told John Sullivan's outlet, Just the News, yesterday that this case proves that the Biden-run DOJ didn't properly weigh public safety risks against its hope of catching a big fish and taking down an entire organization, and the DOJ did not learn its lesson after the Fast and Furious scandal. Trump established fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction in December of 2025 with an executive order. But the Biden administration let it come into the country. Now, Levitt did say it is harder to track how many people were affected compared to Operation Fast and Furious because the guns have serial numbers on them and the pills do not. But he did say more than 1 million pills walked in the operation, suggesting that a large portion of New Mexico's fentanyl deaths, and probably beyond New Mexico, could be related to the operation. He said the state even saw higher fentanyl overdoses than any other state in the country during the 2-year span under which this happened. 2 years. Allowing thousands, tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of fentanyl pills come across the border. We poisoned our community to make cases. Through our own willful blindness, we say we don't really know what happened to the drugs. But 100% people got killed. Now, the whistleblower got in trouble with the U.S. Attorney's Office for blowing the whistle. And we know that this happened under the Biden administration, that they punished whistleblowers. And he was even told after his first pill seizure that he was no longer allowed to testify in any cases because he seized pills coming into the country that they wanted to allow to just go into the community. His view was if you have fentanyl in front of you, you need to seize it. This is how we save lives. But I had to share that story with you, and I know nobody's really talking about it, but to me, this is scary, the stuff that we're finding out happened. Like, you knew it was bad under Obama. And I'm not saying everything's perfect under Trump. I'm not stupid. I'm not that much of a partisan that I'm saying everything that happened was that, the left wants bigger government, bigger government. And Biden expanded the federal government. This is what happens. Nobody's accountable. When you have this many people, no one's accountable. And then stuff like this happens and no one's going to be held accountable. They let drugs walk into the country. And nobody's going to be held accountable for it. That's the problem with big government. All right. Let's quickly go to this. Rand Paul has subpoenaed Fauci. Oh, I love this. And there's a lot of questions. Now, if you were watching the live cast last night, we had on Doug Burns, who's a former federal prosecutor, and we talked to him, and you guys asked some great questions of him. You asked about Fauci's pardon and whether he can still be held accountable for things he says now. Is it only for, if he comes in front of Congress and lies now, can he still be held accountable? So there were a lot of questions, and really good questions, by the way. So Rand Paul has been after Fauci for a while because he knows that Fauci lied to his face in Congress and got away with it. And so Paul is gunning for him. And he has accused Fauci of dodging a previous commitment to testify before the Senate Homeland Security Committee. And so because he's dodging and playing, he says that Fauci's playing games with them because he's doing that he said, I will subpoena him to force his appearance in July. We've been negotiating with him for material and for testimony. This has gone on for some time and he's slow walking us. And again, he claims that Fauci lied about his knowledge of U.S.-funded coronavirus research in Wuhan, China, which we now know. We know that now. We know that he lied. We know where this came from now. It had nothing to do with bat soup. It had nothing to do with eating pangolins or anything else along those lines. All the stuff that they threw against the wall. It had everything to do with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which Fauci was running, illegal experiments that he was not supposed to be putting American money towards. We all know that now. We also know that Fauci used the power that he had to cover up and censor any dissent or any questions about what was happening. Don't you remember when he sat there and said, I am the science? When they were telling us you can't question the science. And Fauci said, I am the science. You want to talk about a big set and a pretty inflated sense of yourself there, dude. Paul said there will be questions about did he seek the pardon? What specific crimes did he seek? Did he ever meet with President Biden? But there were also questions about can you have a pardon for a non-specific crime? Can you have a vague pardon? During a May 2021 congressional hearing, Fauci, in response to questions from Rand Paul, denied funding research in Wuhan. He said the NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the WIV. But documents show that Fauci met with a group of CIA officials on June 2021, weeks after that comment. And while meeting with the CIA, Fauci highlighted the importance of getting samples from the individuals at the lab who were ill in the fall of 2019, and then pivoted away from lab leak origins to redirect the CIA into the wet market in Wuhan, where some early cases emerged. And then, of course, there was a whistleblower complaint alleging that Fauci lied, and we go from there. During a July 2020 hearings, this is the next one, a couple months later, Senator Paul confronted Fauci again on his prior statement, the statement he made in May, asking him if he wanted to retract it, and Fauci stood behind it. So it'll be interesting. I want to see Fauci testify. This is the kind of nerd I am. Like, I will sit there, I will clear my calendar going to Fauci's testifying. I will sit there, depending on the time of day, with a beer or without, but with popcorn. And I will sit there and watch this like it's the Real Housewives of New Jersey. Because I'm a news nerd. All right, we've got more coming up. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to The Dom Giordano Show.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, future home sellers. If you're an empty nester or a senior and you're even thinking about selling in the next year or two, this message is for you. The biggest mistake that most homeowners make is starting too late. Then the pressure hits. Where are we going to go? What do we fix? What do we leave alone? How much will this cost? How do I price my house? Will the inspection become a problem? Are we leaving money on the table because we waited too long? It's time to call my great friend Diane Cardano-Casaccio, Cardano Realtors. She helps homeowners create a smart plan before the stress, the clutter, the repairs, and the costly decisions pile up. Because selling after 60 is different. It's your home, your money, your memories, and your next chapter, and it deserves a real strategy. Call Diane now to get a free copy of her book, Model Home Mindset, Sell Smart, Avoid Costly Mistakes, 215-576-8666, or go to 215-576-8666.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Searching for a new path to wellness. Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right. Welcome back. I'm Mary Walter in for Dom. I'll be with you tomorrow and Friday as well. And then tomorrow in the evening, in the 6 o'clock hour, I'll be on Newsmax 2 on Ed Henry's show. So you can catch me there. I want to get to cuts 3 and 4 here, guys. I want to talk about an announcement that was made yesterday afternoon. The DOJ announced, this is what I'm talking about with just a lot of these. We're going to need more people to do investigations and prosecutions, and we're going to need more lawyers because it is just, there's so much there, but this just goes to show to you that no one bothered investigating. No one looked for any of this stuff. They all knew it was there, and they just didn't bother because it's our money. It's other people's money. They don't care. I mean, if you need any more proof that the government in general, even the toadies, little people who sit there, the pencil pushers, paper pushers, they just sit there and they just, wait until they can collect their pensions and, their health care and, live happily ever after. They don't care about your money. The DOJ announced yesterday a historic health care fraud takedown. The operation uncovered $6.5 billion in false government health care claims and charges against 455 defendants. And with a lot of these schemes, there were other people involved too because of kickbacks, etc. And I'm sure they're going to go after them as well. But we're going to need courts just for all of the fraud. And you start to add it up and we're like, oh, well, it's, a couple million here, a couple billion there. And it doesn't seem like a lot. But when you add it all up, it's a lot of money. And tomorrow we're going to talk about Social Security, going bust. Well, if we had this money, put it back in. Think of the debt we could help pay down. Think of we can make so many programs solvent again that they just went, we need more money. Well, this is probably why we need more money. All right, so this is, it was a wide range of alleged schemes. They involved Medicare, Medicaid, and other government-funded healthcare programs. The $6.5 billion was the second largest amount ever charged in a single healthcare fraud operation. Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr., he spoke about this. So did Todd Blanche, but Todd really turned it over. Mr. Blanche, do I call him Todd? Handed it over to RFK Jr. This is cut 3, and here he is. He is the one who announced the charges.
Who brought these cases forward. President Trump directed this administration to confront healthcare fraud aggressively, and we are doing that. The 2026 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown uncovered $6.5 billion in alleged fraud, the second largest amount ever charged in a single healthcare fraud operation. The Department of Justice charged a record number of Medicaid fraud defendants. More than 440 defendants now face charges. This effort brought together federal agencies, state partners, and U.S. territories across the United States. 18 of the participating states, as Attorney General Blanche pointed out, were blue states with Democratic governors. Fraud does not recognize party lines, and neither does accountability. Today's cases include the largest Medicaid fraud enforcement action in the Department of history, 165 defendants charged with allegedly submitting more than $200 million in false claims to Medicaid. These schemes did not target government programs. They targeted the American taxpayer. They stole money from workers who pay taxes, from families who depend on Medicare and Medicaid, and from patients who trusted their healthcare professionals to be serving their health interests when it turns out they were just chasing money from our agencies.
Yeah, they're just chasing money. They weren't providing you health care. And I'll actually go into some of the people that they got. As you heard him say, others participating in the operation led to charges included other federal agencies, U.S. territories, and 45 states. 45 states. That's crazy. You need a lot of people. So Dr. Oz, cut 4, he talked about where some of these fraudulent claims came from. And then after this, I'm going to tell you where your money went, what it was spent on. Here's Dr. Oz.
Two really important ones. The first is, in the first quarter of last year, we revoked billing privileges for fraudsters of 106 providers. Pretty good result, we thought, at the time. This same period this year, the first quarter, we made 1,400 revocations. That's a 40% increase over last year. So 40% more revocations. We also have payment suspensions where we just don't pay the bill because we don't think it's legitimate. This is impressive. The first half of this year, we made 1,000 Medicare payment suspensions. 1,000. That's a lot of people. Nearly 800, by the way, from one state, California. For a similar period last year, we made 219 suspensions. So a 500% increase in payment suspensions because we're using tools now that historically had been used marginally. Now, these efforts...
All right. So almost 1,000 Medicare payment suspensions and almost 800 from California. That says to me California has a kind of Minnesota problem. And I'm supposed to believe that Governor Newsom knew nothing about it. This is why, and all this comes from Doge. This is all coming from Doge. Doge is the one, because of Doge, they knew where to start looking for this stuff. Because of the work that those young men did and were just so beat up for, one of them physically beaten up, they were burning down Tesla stations because they were going to find the fraud. And it was not because of the frauds, because Elon Musk is going to have your social security number. I'm like, I got to give the dude at the DMV my social security number. I trust Elon Musk more because he doesn't need my money. The dude at the DMV could probably do something with my social security number and my driver's license number and my address. He's got all my info. But you're worried about a computer programs being run that ding suspicious accounts and suspicious billing. That's what you're worried about? It wasn't. It was this. They didn't want them to find the fraud. So let's get into it. Where did your money go? A nurse in Texas was charged with billing Medicare for $1 million for each patient to whom she applied unnecessary skin tissue grafts. Marizel Yuki of Las Vegas was charged with fraudulently billing $906 million in claims. She was paid $297 million. Like, I would think if you're going to do fraud, you do like a little bit here, a little bit there. This is what always gets people. They get greedy. And she's like, it's government money. It's a bottomless pit of money. It's a bottomless pocket. It's somebody else's money, so it doesn't matter. She allegedly, when she was arrested, the feds seized $30 million from her bank accounts, $467,000 in cash, because everybody keeps that around. You know, who was it? Fonnie Willis was the one. Yeah, I always keep that kind of cash around. That's my father taught me that. $467,000 in cash. Almost $600,000 Ferrari 296 GTS, 7 other luxury vehicles, an $865,000 custom Bulgari necklace, and another $1 million worth of jewelry. She also she purchased a $4.6 million Filipino beach resort. This is where our money went. But it took the Trump administration to come in and say, wow, this doesn't look right. They're billing $1 million for each patient. This doesn't look right. How is one person billing $906 million in claims? That doesn't look right. But it took the Trump administration coming in, a guy who runs a business, to come in and say, wait a minute, this isn't right. 3 Florida nurses were busted for a $118 million tissue graft scheme. One of them spent $215,000 on a luxury box suite at the stadium where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play. She also allegedly spent $400 on fine art. The VP of sales at a company that sold bioengineered skin substitutes allegedly carried out an illegal kickback scheme from 2021 to 2024, paying medical providers to push their products. He's Brian Rowan out of Las Vegas, made over $24 million at the company and bought multi-million-dollar homes, $1 million life insurance policies, high-end watches and cars, including a $135 Maserati. His company was peddling amniotic wound grafts, and when it purchased from tissue banks, they then sold the tissue at a 2,000% markup, $1,450 per square centimeter, which comes out to $224.75 for an inch. He and other execs are accused of using 40% of their profits to pay kickbacks so that nobody said anything. And they targeted hospice patients for skin grafts, which would be applied without the consultation of the doctors, without protecting against infections, and sometimes applying them to superficial wounds that didn't need the grafts or to larger areas than needed. And it goes on and on and on. But that's where your money was going over and over again. $97 million in cash, $21 million in life insurance policies, luxury cars, a Ferrari 488 Spider convertible, top-end Mercedes. And the billing is so egregious, which makes me just think that they knew they could get away with it. One opened a luxury car dealership, real estate, home renovations. One guy had a yacht named Butt Naked that was docked in Chicago. And then this is sad. Dr. Jason Finkelstein, 53, of Fort Worth, Texas, allegedly tested the hearts of student athletes at campuses around the country. And he submitted $89 million in claims under his two companies. Yet, he's accused of making up bogus conditions to justify the cardiac testing of the students and then signed off on the results after only reviewing them for seconds, according to prosecutors. In October of 24, he allegedly claimed one student's results were normal, even though the test showed the student potentially had heart problems, and the student died 24 days later of cardiac arrest during practice with his basketball team. Even after Finkelstein was told of the student's death, he continued to rubber stamp test results, according to prosecutors. So I think it's good. They've got 450 of them, and I'm hoping they all go to jail. I mean, they're announcing charges, so my hunch is that they're all going to have their day in court, which is good. That's good. To me, that's progress. Finally. And we're going to talk to Cully Stimson in the 2 o'clock hour about some other people that are finally going to jail that we've been told all along, oh, you can't arrest them. Antifa finally... they've made the case that Antifa is not an idea, that it's actually an organization that is well-funded and well run and can be held accountable. So we'll talk to Scully about that. We've got Hans von Spakovsky coming up. We'll talk to him about some of the the SCOTUS rulings that came down. Since we're talking about fraud, I've got some more coming up, some allegations against some politicians that you know. Why not? Why not? It's like everybody's in on it, right? Like, don't you feel like I'm an idiot? Like, I read this stuff, I'm like, I'm the idiot because I'm the one playing by the rules. I'm the one that if I make a math error on my IRS returns, they're after me for $11. But Ilhan Omar's husband's winery was worth, I don't know how many millions of dollars, and then was worth nothing the next year, and he makes less than $200,000, less than $2,000, like it's something ridiculous, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine. So, all right. So more fraud coming up just because I want to get to all these stories because we got to know about it. And it's not getting the play in the media because the state-run media doesn't want you to know about it. So we're going to get into that. We got a lot to get to. We've got a lot to get to. I'm Mary Welter in for Dom here on 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, company's coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Summer's heating up, and so are the deals at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, secure 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 Ram 1500. Or drive away in a 2026 Jeep Wrangler now with 0% financing available. With over 125 new vehicles, we have the perfect car for a road trip or for cruising around. Stop by during our Make This the Summer event to get your next Jeep at 422jeep.com or visit us at 15 DNL Drive, number 100 in Limerick. With approved credit plus tax tag title and any other governmental charges expire 6/30/2026.
Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,070.40.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
And welcome back. All right, so talking, what's sad is that there's enough fraud to talk about, enough fraud to go around with, the common everyday folk like us and our elected officials, which is really, really sad. Ruben Gallego now in the spotlight, according to Politico. They did a review of his campaign finance records, and they also spoke to a person familiar with the senator's spending. And it seems he's used his leadership PAC to fund recent trips to Miami and Chicago and Disneyland and Disney World with his family. He tapped that PAC and his main campaign committee for more than $18,000 in reimbursements for childcare since 2019, including $400 to his wife's mother for babysitting. Isn't grandma supposed to do that for free? I know people who move to be closer to their grandchildren so that they can spend time with them. But this is why I don't donate. This is why I don't donate to political campaigns. Because of stuff like this. Did you want to pay for his kid's trip to Disney? Is that why you donated? I know some people go, oh, that's okay. I don't care. That's fine. The FEC records show that on one occasion, Gallego used a joint campaign account with Eric Swalwell to attend the 2023 Super Bowl in Arizona with his wife. Federal lawmakers can legally use campaign committee funds for travel and food and events and even childcare as long as those funds are not for personal use. I think a trip to Disney with the kids sounds pretty personal. Leadership PACs are not leadership PACs. You can do whatever you want with. It doesn't even matter. So I would never give to a leadership PAC, period, end of story. And if you do, I think you're insane. I think you need your head examined if you do. Unless you got that kind of cash, good for you. Give it to me. I'll put it to we'll put it to far better use than these guys. A person that Political spoke to, who is familiar with the spending, said he just spends his campaign account like it's his personal slush fund. He's using campaign cash to live a luxury lifestyle. Now, Gallego did not dispute using donor funds to pay for family travel or childcare. He said, this is not breaking news, he told Politico. With the rising costs of childcare and the burden it has on the budgets of American families, Democrats and Republicans in Congress and the White House alike regularly travel with their wives and children, as is permitted by the FEC. Yeah, I just want to know what meeting you had, what pressing business, that's what I was saying, what pressing business did you have in Disney that you had to bring the family along and have it in Disney? He has denied any knowledge of Swalwell's actions and called for him to be expelled from Congress. How quickly they turn on their buddies, which I love to see. I love when the rats jump off the ship. Anna Paulina Luna told CBS News in April that she had asked the Senate leadership to investigate Gallego about allegations of misconduct that are sexual in nature, as well as some issues of campaign finance violations. Didn't release the details, but of course, that's just a right-wing conspiracy. John Thune said the Ethics Committee will be tasked with trying to determine whether there's a there. Last month, Gallego established a legal defense fund. So hey, once you give to his family's trip to Disney, you can contribute to his legal defense fund. So that's good. Yeah. So they had a Swalego victory fund. Him and Eric Swalwell. Boy, you want to talk about a poor judge of character? Like, we all knew Eric Swalwell was just ick. I talked about this yesterday. Swalwell had the ick factor, right? And Gallego said, that's the guy I want to hang with. That's the guy right there. I want to hang with that guy, the icky guy, the guy that makes everybody go, ugh, that's the guy I want to hang with. All right, coming up, Hans von Spakovsky joins us, and we'll talk about the recent SCOTUS rulings, because there's a couple of them. They dumped a whole bunch, and there's more coming out tomorrow, so we'll get to that coming up next on the Dom Giordano Show.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner, will you make it through the summer? If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity-owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
PNC Bank prides themselves on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited about serving our great region. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly planted the seeds to sprout brilliant results for equally brilliant clients. As fans themselves, they love your passion for winning. That's why they have dedicated teams across Greater Philadelphia ready to do the boring work to help set you up for success. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
And welcome back to the Dom Giordano Show. I am Mary Walter, sitting in for Dom. I'm with you the rest of the week, and I'm pretty sure Dom is back on Monday. So for those of you going through with withdrawal, He will be back on Monday, never to take another day off. How dare he? All right. Joining us now, a good friend of mine. I love this guy, Hans von Spakovsky, Senior Legal Fellow in the new Edwin Meese III Institute for the Rule of Law at Advancing American Freedom, and co-host of the Case in Point podcast. You can find him on X at Hans V. Spakovsky, because apparently there's more than one Hans Spakovsky, and so he needs to be Hans V. Spakovsky. Hans, welcome to the show. How are you? Hello, Hans.
Yeah, you cut out there for a second, but now I hear you.
Okay, great. Well, I just said welcome to the show. So,
Thank
and I
you.
love that you put on a tie and jacket for me. I feel underdressed. I really get.
Well, I have to tell you that's still my place of business, unlike so many other places today.
Oh, yes. Well, like I said, I feel underdressed because normally I don't get to see you. So let's talk. One of the things I want to talk about these Supreme Court rulings that came down. One of them came down on Monday, and that was the Eitan Patz conviction. The Supreme Court Monday reinstated the murder conviction of Pedro Hernandez in the killing of 6-year-old Eitan Patz in 1979. I think a lot of us, I kind of remember it, and I think it's the reason that they put kids on milk cartons. He was like 6 years old or something, and back then you let your kids walk to the bus stop, which was a block and a half away. You let your kids do it at 6. My parents did stuff like that too. He never came home, and so the guy who allegedly killed him and allegedly confessed to it was found guilty. Then the conviction, I believe, was dropped, and now it's back again. So what happened with this? Because this has been going on since 1979.
Got to the Supreme Court was that when this guy was confronted by the cops, he confessed, but he confessed before the cops had read him his Miranda rights. The standard thing we see in all the cop shows about you have a right to remain silent and get a lawyer, etc. Him his Miranda rights, and he confessed again. But his lawyers were claiming that the jury shouldn't have considered any of these confessions, including the one that occurred after he was read his Miranda rights, because his first confession was before he was read his Miranda rights. And, to me, that's just a foolish claim to make. And that's fortunately what the Supreme Court came out and said. The fact that he confessed on multiple occasions was certainly sufficient for him to be convicted on the charges against him.
All right, so he's going back behind bars then. The guy's 64 years old. And what is his sentence? I would assume it's life, right? Yep,
it sure is. It's too bad that some of the blue states have gotten rid of the death penalty because, particularly child murders, I really think that's something that the death penalty ought to be applied to.
Yeah, I can absolutely get down with that. I can agree with you 100%. There's other people that I think too deserve. I mean, they're not going to be rehabilitated because our system doesn't rehabilitate anybody. So pretending that it does, we should just have our come to Jesus moment and say it's not because of to rehabilitate these people. That's not what we're about. And some of them we just need to get rid of. Let's talk about the ruling that the Supreme Court sided with the government in a case concerning about people who are in the country as lawful permanent residents, but they've had brushes with the law. And so the administration wanted to send them back. Like, we're going to deport you because you can't come here and commit crimes. Now they can do that, or are there limitations?
Well, this was a procedurally very technical case, but the results are very good. In essence, this Chinese citizen was granted permanent resident alien status. A couple years later, he leaves the country to go back to China for a while. And when he comes back in, the border agent sees that, he has criminal charges pending against him for trademark counterfeiting. Now, as you and I both know, the Chinese Communist government for years has been stealing our intellectual property. So what the border agent does is, instead of admitting him to the country as an already admitted alien, he only let him in on parole until an immigration hearing could be held about these criminal charges. They held a hearing in an immigration court. By that time, Lau, the Chinese citizen, he had pleaded guilty. So he had a felony pending against him, and the government said, and the judge said, we're deporting you. He claimed that the Border Patrol agent should have just admitted it, that he didn't have a right to just parole him into the country because the criminal charges were simply pending at the time.
Oh, I see.
The whole thing, yeah.
Okay, so because he hadn't been convicted and
Right.
the charges were pending, that he's innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, except that the whole point of it was that the border agent, he allowed him in the country, but he said, you're only on parole. And then the government proved his conviction at the immigration hearing. This was a 6-3 decision. And the three liberal justices took the position that those pending criminal charges, they weren't enough. I mean, it's as if they wanted Border Patrol agent or the customs guy at the airport to be able to hold a hearing, prove the person was guilty of the crime. Well, that makes no sense. You and I both know, we've been through customs coming back into the country with standing in a long line. That's totally impractical. So what they did was they said, look, we'll let you into the country. And then the government at the hearing proved the conviction. And at that time, he had a chance to defend himself, and he couldn't do it. He pleaded guilty. The three liberals had a totally crazy view of what ought to happen.
You know, it's interesting. A lot of these decisions, it is the three liberals who are against everybody else.
Right.
And this is why the Democrats
Right.
are going to pack the court as soon as they take over the House and the Senate. They're going to pack the court and they're going to expand it. But, you know, I'm going to say something. Why is it always women? Why is it always liberal women? And it's the liberal judges too, except for Boasberg and a couple of others. And they're just beta boys. I mean, they're just very beta boys, soy boys. They're very effeminate men. What is it? Is it something with women? Are they incapable of judging on the law without their feelings getting in the way?
No, almost all of these bad, yeah, I know. But look, almost all of these bad decisions are coming from judges appointed by Joe Biden or Barack Obama. And they went out and picked the most ideologically left-wing partisans they could find. A lot of them that they found were women. I think that's just a coincidence. What they were looking for were left-wing partisans, and they got them.
And I think they also probably chose women just because of the whole DEI thing. It doesn't matter if they're
that could be
if they're qualified. It's just that, you know, they biologically, but because at that point they could identify what a woman is and what a man is, and since then they've lost the ability to do so.
Right.
So there's that. If we have time, I'm going to ask you something along those lines about somebody else, about another judge, if we have time. If not, your friend Cully Stimson's going to get that question. And I love to make him uncomfortable. It's so much fun to make Cully uncomfortable. I just love that. Okay, so the appeals court, the Nutty Ninth, finally got something right, because they finally blocked parts of a California law that had given students the veto power over school districts and their teachers telling parents that they don't identify with their gender. So the Supreme Court, though, had already come down with this ruling, right, saying that you can't block parents from asking these questions, and you can't block the schools from telling the parents this information. So that happened first, right? And then the 99th kept getting slapped down for it. Is that what happened?
Yeah, and look, there's all kinds of cases like this. You know, we still are waiting for about 12.5 cases come down from the court in the next week, and another case that's kind of like this is remember, Idaho and West Virginia banned biological males from competing in women's sports.
Right.
And both those laws were challenged, and we're waiting for a decision from the Supreme Court on whether those laws are constitutional. These are all the same kinds of issues, all revolving around transgenderism, which these days is more of an ideology than anything else.
Yeah, and so let me ask you, since we were just talking about it, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson very famously said, I don't know what the difference is. I don't know what the difference is between men and women because I'm not a biologist. Did she have to would she have to recuse herself since she's admitted that she doesn't know the difference between men and women?
No, unfortunately not. But if you look at the recent decisions that have been issued, I mean, she just has these bizarre opinions that she writes and puts in there. No, she's not going to remove herself from these cases. And I have no doubt, I'm hoping what happens, for example, in the girls' athletics case is, I think the states are going to win, but I pretty much guarantee you it's going to be a 6-3 decision, the conservatives versus the liberals again.
I'm telling you, we have to win the midterms because it's going to be ugly otherwise. Now, they also added a new case Monday, so 2 days ago, involving the ability to sue federal officials for violating constitutional rights, even when there's no law specifically authorizing a claim. Because everybody famously says, well, you can't sue the federal government, which I don't think is really right, because I do think there are times when you should be able to sue federal officials if they violate your constitutional rights. And the Supreme Court has now agreed to hear this. How big is this? How important is this?
Well, it's a very important case. I think the reason they probably took the case is that for a long time, judges have been inferring rights to sue the government in all kinds of issues when there's no statute that allows them to do that. And we, for a very long time, have had this issue of sovereign immunity. You can't sue the government unless the government lets you do it. There is a federal law right now in place called the Federal Torts Act that does allow you to sue government officials when they act outside of their duties, if they act in a bad way, basically. That's the kind of law that we do need in place. But let me tell you, if they got rid of sovereign immunity, think about the huge explosion in lawsuits we've seen against the Trump administration over every single policy they've put in place. If the court got rid of sovereign immunity, it wouldn't just be the government being sued. There would be 1 million lawsuits against Donald Trump personally and every other single official in the federal government. And we just couldn't function that way.
Right. Yeah, and the Democrats are promising to tie up the courts once they take power, and they're going to.
That's right.
And they're being honest about it. We're just going to use lawfare to punish our political opponents, while crying that the Trump administration is punishing their political opponents. So, which is a little. It's on policy, I guess, for the Democrats. There's also another case. I guess will we get a decision on this one tomorrow about a green card holder from the Dominican Republic was taken into custody in October of 2020 after he was convicted of assault. He stayed there for 21 months while the government tried to deport him, and he was eventually released under an order by another court, but his detention continued. So it's about a non-citizen's detention being unreasonably prolonged, but yet they didn't care about the January 6ers detention. That was, some of them were years. We didn't care about that, but Americans last. So is that coming down tomorrow too?
There's 12.5 cases left. That's one of them. And the Supreme Court doesn't tell us when they will release a decision. So it might come down tomorrow, Thursday. That is a scheduled day that the Supreme Court has said we're releasing decisions, but they still got half of next week before they end their term. So the decision might come out someday next week.
What's the most interesting case? Which of the cases that have not come down yet are you, because you're a news nerd too, are you anxiously awaiting?
Well, probably the most important one, I think, is the birthright citizenship case.
Yeah.
You know, that we haven't yet heard whether, as the Trump administration claims, and I think they're right, that just being born in the United States and being born to parents who are here illegally does not make you a citizen. That's a very, very big case. The women's athletics, biological men and women's athletics case, that's also really, really important case because, look, it's going to affect the safety of women across the country and of girls competing for scholarships, athletic scholarships to pay for college. Both of those cases are really, really important. And there are a number of others just like that people probably haven't heard about, but they're very important to how we are able to govern ourselves as a country.
We're very quickly, because I'm up against the clock, where do you think the birthright citizenship case lands?
The government had a very tough time in the oral arguments. I hope that's not reflective of the way the more conservative justices think. I think the government has an uphill battle winning that case. The court may come down against them. I think that would be wrong because I think the Trump administration has got the correct interpretation. But I'm a bit pessimistic.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll all be pleasantly surprised instead of horribly disappointed. Then.
Yes.
We'll look at it that way. Hans, thank you for joining me. Always a pleasure. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks, Mary.
All right, talk to you soon. All right, we've got more coming up. I want to get into what happened in the elections yesterday that went off last night, especially in New York, and what it means for the rest of the country. We're going to have a good conversation about it. 855-839-1210. That's coming up on the Dom Giordano Show.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers. Now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it. This is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city. I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, this robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Best part about Dr. Mike Veneria is that every person who goes there says the same thing. I have a beautiful smile thanks to Dr. Mike. And that's why other dentists and doctors send their patients to Dr. Mike Veneria. He's my family dentist. The Zioli Family Dentist. First discovered by Mama Zioli for our family, and Bridget went there for a beautiful smile upgrade last year. And when it comes to your smile, you go to the guy that the other doctors and dentists send their patients to for the complex stuff. That's what you should do. Get a free dental implant consultation. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care, it's about compassion. That's why he is the best of the best. For over 12 years, other dentists have sent their patients to him for that reason. 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and in Woodbury, right over the bridge. Great people. Your care, your health, your smile, that's his top priority. Make your appointment today. VeneriaDental.com. VeneriaDental.com.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Jerry Seinfeld is back.
You know, it's really fun to talk to this generation that has such a different perspective on comedy. We cannot hurt anyone's feelings. Okay, that's fine. That's a nice thought. But you are not going to laugh for the rest of your life. Just understand you're making that deal. I hope that's what you want.
Jerry Seinfeld, live in Atlantic City, Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Saturday, December 5th. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome back to the Dom Giordano Show. Mary Walter in for Dom. All right, let's talk about what happened. So, New York, everybody's crowning Mom Donnie, saying, oh, you know, he's the kingmaker now because he backed all of these radical socialists. And again, somebody explained to me what the difference between socialist and democratic socialist. I would love to know. But he backed all of these socialists, and I will go a step further and say most of them are communists. A lot of them had to delete a lot of their online comments because they said things like they hate America, or I just washed my hands and I didn't have anything to wipe them on, so I just used the flag. You know, they hate America and they're not hiding it anymore. And they're anti-Semites, and they want to end America. They want to turn it over just like they did in the Soviet Union, so we can all be equally miserable. But at least we're all equal. We're all equally miserable, but we're all equal. So it should not have come as a surprise. And here's what I'm going to say. And I want to ask you, 855-839-1210. I want your opinion on this. I want to know was this something that, was it a surprise to you? I guess when you see these people getting elected, is it a surprise to you? Because this to me has been a long time coming. When the Squad, their first day in office, the Squad immediately marched over, the four of them, to Nancy Pelosi's office and sat in her outer office in her waiting room and on the floor holding a protest and refused to leave. And Pelosi did nothing. And I was shocked. And I think she just thought that they were an anomaly and they would just go away. And they didn't. And they grew and they grew and they grew. There's no sense of shame. This is a generation, these young kids, and we created this problem. All right. We did this. It's our fault. And parents did not teach their kids. So I blame you too. But these kids were told when they were 6 years old and they're in kindergarten that the polar bears are dying just because they exist. Yes, because your daddy drives an SUV, polar bears are dying. So these kids are at 6 years old in kindergarten. We're showing them this movie about the end of the world and about the death of cuddly polar bears. That will rip your face off. But nonetheless, cute cuddly polar bears. And it's their fault. And then we just unloaded more and more and more on them. Global warming. It's because of this. It's because of that. You can't do this. You can't do that. And we raised these little... purposely these little fighters, professional protesters, in order to make them ripe for communism. And they always said they were going to take us from within, and they are. And they were very successful with it. They counted on the complacency of the American parent. American parents are busy. They don't have time. I got a lot going on. Got to get to pickleball. And working, both parents are working. There's a lot going on in parents' lives. And so they didn't have time to see what their kids were learning in school. How many parents actually voted in school board elections? I think in most towns it's like 13%. It's less than 15% of parents actually, people vote in school board elections. How many parents sat down with their kids every day and talked about what they were learning in school? Right? We threw tablets in front of their faces and told them to shut up and be quiet and lived our lives. And I'm not saying you didn't have a life to live, but I'm just saying those were the circumstances, right or wrong. That's how it was handled. So now you've got these young people who want to tear it all down. Because everything is bad in their world. Everything is an injustice because they were raised from the time they first saw that movie about the end of the world and polar bears, that everything is an injustice and the world's a terrible place. And they wake up every day miserable. And there's something called the 5-Borough Barometer, and it's a survey, and they do it before elections in New York. And half of the Democratic voters polled in the 5-Borough Barometer survey said that electing a new generation of younger, more progressive members who will challenge the party establishment is a top priority in this year's congressional primaries. They want to get rid of the establishment. And Democrats are now at the point where they're either throwing in with the socialists or they're going to get thrown out. That's where they are. They let the socialist wing grow unabated. The only person speaking up is John Fetterman. I didn't have that on my 2026 bingo card or my 2025 bingo card. John Fetterman being the voice of reason and the only one unafraid to stand up and say the truth. And so the socialists, or the Democratic Socialists of America, because that sounds better than we want to kill you. It sounds more loving. They're very smart at what they're doing, and they're using the opportunities that they're being given. And party members are unhappy with their leadership. The party's voters are looking for change, and they're looking for it now, and they're looking for it in the socialists. 43% of primaries were healthy. Primary challenge. 30% they were as a distraction, then they were both. When it comes to how the Democrat establishment is failing voters, respondents made clear that they felt the party is not doing enough to stand up for working class Americans. 78% of voters said the Democratic Party was doing only a fair or poor job fighting for working people, compared to 22% said it was doing an excellent or good job. So they're very unhappy with the Democrat establishment, and they're dangerous. When they were asked whether the Democratic Party at the national level is standing up to the Trump administration, 74% said it's not being very effective or not at all effective. So they're not happy. And this is the only thing they have. When you listen to them speak, they never tell you how they're going to do anything. They just tell you that they're fighting. We want fighters. We're going to fight. We're fighting Trump. We're fighting Republicans. We're fighting the establishment. We're fighting the man. But they never tell you how. Mamdani, I was going to give you, free buses and free subway and free child care and free this and free that, but he hasn't delivered on any of it because he never told you how he was going to. And it never mattered to anybody. It was just the promise is all that mattered. That's it. So 855-839-1210. Is any of this a surprise? Are you surprised by it? And you should be alarmed. You should be alarmed by this. And I'm going to go through some of this. So Mamdani endorsed far left congressional Democratic Party candidates to challenge the party establishment. And he was the biggest winner on Tuesday. Trump also did very well. And in one race, he endorsed both Republicans who were running, so he definitely would win. Which I think is hilarious. Way to go. In the 13th Congressional District in New York, Mamdani backed Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, who's a 32-year-old community organizer and Democratic Socialist. So she never did anything. But who else was a community organizer? One Barack Hussein Obama. And he became president, and we suffered for it. These community organizers, they're being paid by I don't know who. She is the founder of an organization called QAD. The organization's stated goal, fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. We seek community and instruction from militants in the global South who have been on the front lines in the fight against tyranny and domination which undergird the imperialist world order. Yeah. They want to, what is it? We stand in full solidarity with every movement for liberation in the global South. Our intifada is an internationalist one. We are fighting for nothing less than the liberation of all people. We reject every genocidal eugenicist regime that seeks to undermine the personhood of the colonized. This is who they elected. And we should pay attention to them when they tell us who they are. I want to go to, I don't have enough time. All right. Coming up, we're going to hear from Van Jones. We're going to hear from Ro Khanna, from Sir Michael Singleton. We're going to hear from Brad Lander, who unseated Dan Goldman, who was an established Democrat candidate. He was a more moderate Democrat candidate. He got unseated. I have all of that coming up for you, and I want to talk to you about it too. 855-839-1210, and get your feelings on this. I think we are heading into something very dangerous, and no one's paying attention to it, and we're kind of poo-pooing it. So we'll talk about all of that coming up on the Dom Giordano Show.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 39th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, Sunday, July 26th. Ride 10, 30 miles, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's Bend, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for the families of fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
See Joe Conklin with Glenn Macnow and Ray Didinger Thursday, August 6th on the Ocean City Music Pier. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
Weather sponsored by Uber.
A comfortable air mass has settled back into the Delaware Valley for today. We'll have plenty of sunshine. It will be warmer, but not humid, with a high right near average at 86. For tonight, becoming partly cloudy, still comfortable. Low 66 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Thursday, we'll have partly sunny conditions and a bit warmer with a high 88.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Televised. That's what I make of it. The Mamdani phenomenon is not a one-guy thing. The Democratic Socialists are an insurgency in this party. We'll see what happens in New York 13. But I think people who thought this was going to be, a kind of a cute guy off to the side, there's a huge infrastructure here. There's a movement here. There's passion here. And people who don't like it are going to have to wake up and smell the coffee. This is a serious movement inside the Democratic Party. The left is on the march.
Yeah, that was Van Jones on Tuesday, CNN with Caitlin Collins, the source with Caitlin Collins. And he doesn't seem all that concerned because it's never going to affect him. You know, the liberal elites and the ruling elite in general, it's not going to affect them. Although they're losing their jobs. Dan Goldman getting picked off by Brad Lander, far left socialist. 855-839-1210. Terrence from Cherry Hill hanging in there. Thank you so much for holding on, Terrence. Welcome to the Dom Giordano Show. Hi.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about something in your earlier comment. And with regard to the socialists winning all over, which is a recent phenomenon, nobody sort of gives any thought to the fact that this is a reaction to a corrupt system. You don't think about that? No. Just look at the members of the Congress, both Republicans and the Democrats. Whom are they serving? They have earned millions and millions of dollars during their tenure, and what do the average person get? Just nothing. So this is a reaction. Don't think that it is going to come. I have my daughter was brought up very, very privileged. She works for a biotech company. She sympathizes with them because these people have nothing for them by way of any benefits, whereas all of money is being squandered by the congressmen, their contractors, lobbyists, and most of all going to Israel. Unquestionably, if you say anything against Israel or any money going there, you protest against that, you're immediately branded an anti-Semite. What is the meaning of this? Haven't you thought about this?
Let me ask you a question. You said a lot. What does your daughter think that she's entitled to that she's not getting?
No, what she's entitled to is that she's getting from the parents. That's it. But she knows that a lot of those in her category cannot afford to pay the rents.
Right.
But
wait a minute. Let me ask you, do you have a conversation with her about why she can't afford to pay rent? And has she thought about getting a place with roommates? That's what we did. We always got a place with roommates because we couldn't afford it on our own either.
Even with roommates.
Have you talked to her? Have you talked to her about why that is? Does she have a degree?
Yeah, the reason is that the taxes. Donald Trump came to office saying that he's going to not tax those who earn below how much, 100,000 or something like that. Nothing happened like that. Although their taxes may come up, their grocery bills are going up, their utilities are going up, their electricity bills, their traveling, everything. They can't afford even a car. They're roommating, which they don't like because they say that I should be able to have my own apartment.
Right. How old is she?
Without having to put up.
How old is she?
She's 25.
25 years old. 25 years old. I was rooming with the only person I knew in Texas because that's where I got transferred to. And that was the bank teller. That was the only person that I dealt with on a regular basis. She was my roommate. My brothers got two friends and the four of them were roommates. I was 39. Wait, I was there. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you.
Madam,
I was 39 years old. Do not interrupt me or we're not having a conversation. I didn't interrupt you. All right. I was 39 years old when we bought our only house. My husband and I bought our house. 39 years old. She thinks that at 25, she should be able to afford rent on her own. I should be able to afford housing. She blames Trump, yet gas was more expensive under Biden. Groceries were more expensive under Biden, but yet Trump gets the blame. And the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas published a new paper that shows that illegal immigration caused a 30% increase in housing prices and a 20% increase in rent prices. and illegal immigration reduced labor income per capita for American citizens. So it's not because of Donald Trump's taxes and Donald Trump didn't lower her taxes. It's illegal immigration.
Even I don't blame Donald Trump. No, I blame the whole system. This is a corrupt system. Whether it's Trump or Biden or Harris or anybody, it is the same. That is the
corruption
problem.
Exists. I will agree corruption exists. However, if you're going to complain that I should be able to afford my own apartment at age 25, a generation ago, you couldn't afford your own apartment at 25. So it's not unique to them. Both my brothers got together with two friends, and there were four of them in a 2-bedroom townhouse that they rented. I was renting with my roommate, my very first apartment. I didn't have furniture. I didn't have a bed. I slept on the floor on some bundled up sheets because I couldn't afford the furniture. I had a car payment. I had a school loan I had to pay. Plus I had rent I had to pay. I had 2 jobs. When I first got married, my husband and I had 5 jobs between the two of us. I'm so sick and tired of hearing Gen Z saying that I should be able to have this at 25 years old. No, that's not reality.
If you say at that time you could have afforded that, just think about those who were bringing up their children in the 60s and the 70s. They could afford, with one salary, mothers staying at home, looking after the children, and still send the kids
but
to
you know what they
college
didn't
without
have?
any debt. Not anymore
and their
now.
houses, wait a minute, but their houses, hold on, their houses were smaller. They didn't have air conditioning. They didn't have big, huge screen TVs. They had one family car, right? So they didn't have a lot of the things that everybody wants today.
Right.
They weren't door dashing every meal. They didn't order out and door dash every meal. They stayed at home. They cooked. And they did a lot of things for themselves that Gen Z spends a lot of money on. They weren't getting $8 coffees at Starbucks every day. So you can live that life. I know 2 20-somethings. One's a teacher, one's a cop. They got married. They don't do any of that stuff. They have a kid. They bought a house, and that house is a fixer-upper, and they're doing a lot of work on it. And it's taking time, but they see the potential. But a lot of kids don't want that. So
my point is not the GOP and not the Democrats. It is a system. Our system has been hijacked.
Well,
just like what Pat Buchanan said, the Congress is occupied by Israel. How much money have we sent to Israel within the last 4 years? About close to $3 billion we have sent. Now, while people in this country are suffering, no homes, homelessness, come on.
Maybe it's because
overlook that.
All right. Well, listen, you can blame Israel and that's fine, but I'm going to blame all of the billions of dollars, and thank you so much for your call, the billions of dollars in fraud that Donald Trump, that everybody hates so much, is uncovering. He is exposing the corruption in the government. Your daughter should be glad that he's doing that. She should be singing Donald Trump's praises, and so should you, because of the billions and billions and billions of dollars in fraud in the federal government, in state government, on local levels of your tax dollars that's being sent to all over the world, to other countries that are not Israel. Billions of taxpayer dollars being funneled to these countries that is not Israel, all over the world. Somalia, anybody? You didn't talk about how much fraud's going there, how much money's going there. It's all Israel, Israel, Israel. There is fraud that is being funneled all over the world. We are how much of our money goes to Mexico for people who are in this country working illegally, goes to all across the world because they're funneling it back legally and illegally. So I sing the praises of Doge and Trump and his allies, who are rooting out and exposing the fraud that has been hidden by the politicians. You're absolutely right. It has been hidden by them for decades upon decades upon decades. Here comes Donald Trump and exposes it all, and he's the bad guy. Explain that to me. Explain that to me. How is Donald Trump the bad guy? Because Doge is terrible. Oh my gosh, Doge. Yeah, because they're exposing the system that you think is corrupt and needs to be torn down. Trump's the guy doing it, yet they're all against him. Why do you think that is? And I'm sorry, but when I hear like 20-somethings like, I should be able to afford this, I should be I don't know what life they thought we led when we were coming up, but it's not the life they thought we led. It just wasn't. The idea, well, they don't, even with a roommate, you can't afford a place. Yes, you can. It's not going to be luxury. It may not be the place where you want to live, but it is what it is.
On a producer's salary, I live with a roommate here in the city.
See?
Yeah, and also, Mary, when I was in my 20s, like you, I was in like a one bed, like a big house, and I had like no furniture, a bed. That was it. I was sitting on the ground too. So you're not wrong when I was that age.
Most of my furniture is just crap people are giving away on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I got a lot of great furniture on Facebook Marketplace, so I'm not going to say crap. But I got a lot of furniture.
What I got is.
But here I am married, and all of my porch furniture came from Facebook Marketplace. All of it. That's where I got it from.
Nothing wrong with that.
So they think that well, back in the 50s and 60s, but the houses they were living in the 50s and 60s, my parents' first home, I kind of remember it, was 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, 1 full bath, 3 bedrooms. The kitchen was teeny tiny. You couldn't eat in it. They had a small dining room table that sat like 5 or 6 people, and a 1-car garage. And my parents had 1 car. They didn't have there was no air conditioning in that house. They didn't have this huge big screen TV and all these electronics and stuff like that. You can't complain that you can't afford the same things that they did in the 50s and 60s, because you want so much more than what they had in the 50s and 60s. So I hate when parents don't give their children a realistic idea of what to accept. Do you know what I mean? Like what it is and what you work for and the sacrifices you make. When I first got married, my husband was in medical school. I lived with him and Weird Steve. Weird Steve lived on the 2nd floor, and this other guy, Mike. They were all in medical school. I don't know if Weird Steve ever became a doctor.
You tell me don't keep up with Weird Steve? Weird Steve, the alleged doctor?
The alleged, yes. Never book an appointment with Weird Steve, the alleged doctor. And I lived with them, and we had the bathroom on the 1st floor, so I always had to walk from the 3rd floor downstairs to the 1st floor, and I shared a house with my husband and 3 other roommates. So just stop with this. They have to tear it down. Our government's so corrupt. Yeah, and Donald Trump's the guy who's exposing the corruption, and you're against him. It makes no sense. Make it make sense. It's absolutely ridiculous. Can I take Charlie here or not?
Sure.
Okay. Charlie from Philadelphia, thank you for holding on. I'm sorry that went so long. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing? I think everybody who's supporting communism, especially these young people, they should read the Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. He was interred. He was an officer in the Russian army when they started just rounding people up, and it is the scariest book I've ever read. And I've read books on exorcisms. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They would go in restaurants and hotels, and they would just grab people at tables and take them out and throw them in vans, and you'd never be seen again by your family. They couldn't get in touch with you. They were taking you to these work camps, and you either starve to death or work to death. And I don't know what these people think is going to happen if the communists take over. That's what's going to happen. They're going to take the affluent middle class and destroy it, and you'll have the Communist Party and you'll have the people on the bottom, which will have nothing at all. There'll be 10 families in one house. You know what I mean? It's disgusting what happened in the Soviet Union, and anybody that applauds that. And then you had Mao, when he got communism, he actually had the Red Guard eating people. I mean, it's a sick philosophy. You know what I mean?
No, it is.
They come up.
That used to. I think that you had to read that in school when I was in. It sounds familiar. I never read it, but I want to say
I read
that
one book of it. There's 3 books. Yeah,
there's 3 books. Okay. Yeah, I didn't read that. Yeah, but I blame the parents.
It's a scary book.
I blame the parents because they don't fill the gaps of their children's knowledge. And if your kid thinks that socialism and all this other stuff's really great, it's probably because your kid didn't have a job when they were 16 years old. It's probably because your kid used you as an ATM and you just handed them money, so they don't know what it's like to earn anything. And
in communism, you work, but you don't get nothing out of it. I mean, people under collectivism, they were coming and taking all the crops they grew, and they got nothing. They were hiding crops and being thrown in the gulag for hiding crops. They would have to hide potatoes under their porch from the authorities because the government was taking everything they grew. I mean, that's not assistance for the people. Come on,
but
man.
see, don't you understand? They're going to be different. It's going to be different here. They're going to do socialism differently. I know it's failed everywhere else, but we're going to do it the right way. And it's not going to morph into communism at all. We're going to do it the right way. That's the difference. They don't tell you how. They don't tell you what the plan is. They just tell you everything's going to be free. And
because you got Paul Glickman instead of Howard Goodman running things. That's all it is. You know what I mean? It's all communist. You know what I mean? It's the same people behind it. Always has been.
And we got to stop calling them democratic socialists. We just got to call them what they are. All right, Joe, we got to run. Thank you for hanging on. I do appreciate you hanging on there. Oh, Charlie, rather. Thank you so much. I appreciate you listening to the Dom Giordano Show. All right, calls coming in. I will get to your calls, but I also want to get to some of these cuts here so you could hear what people had to say. So we'll try to sprinkle them in as well. And then we have Cully Stimson coming up. It's turning into a very exciting Dom Giordano Show. More next.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. Oh, but they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, welcome back. So you heard Van Jones say the left is on the march. I want to go to cut 6 and we'll get to more calls here. This is Ro Khanna because you know what? They have a choice. They're either going to get on the ride with the communists and hope that they're some of the last ones offed, or they're going to try to right the ship and stay with the Democrat Party. They're either going to go off with the socialist wing when it breaks off, or they're going to stick with the Democrats. And Sal tagged me in a post on X at Mary Walter Radio and said, in the view of the DSA primary victories in New York City, my message to Democrats like Kathy Hochul, Chuck Schumer, and Nancy Pelosi, do not ask for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. So here's Ro Khanna, who is full in leftist, full in on the socialist branch of the train. Here's Ro Khanna yesterday on CNN.
I had done some support for him
And look, this is fundamentally about Gaza. Anyone who says that Mamdani was just about affordability doesn't understand that election. It was partly about Gaza. Young people saw on their phones for 2 years the genocide that took place. And for many people, it's a test of character. Are you going to deny that genocide, or are you going to say what took place and you're going to stand for human rights? That was the central difference in this race between Dan Goldman and Brad Lander. And Brad Lander won. And in my view, this is going to be a central divide heading into 2026 and 2028.
So the funny part of all of this is, and you heard it from Terrence, anti-Semitism, right? Like, it's Israel's fault. It's all the money we give to Israel. It's all Israel's fault. Everything's Israel's fault. Totally ignoring the billions of dollars that go out of this country by people in the country illegally or here from other countries who defraud American citizens to the tune of billions and billions and billions of dollars and then send that money to foreign countries. That's fine. We don't care about that because Donald Trump's flushing it out, and so that's bad. But it's Israel's fault. It's all the money we give Israel. If we had that money back, the world would be great. It would be wonderful. They're supporting people who would throw you off the roof of a building if you were gay. So how it's Pride Month. It's Pride Month. I don't know if you forgot, but all you rainbow flag, all the rainbow wearing people, and those of you proudly marching, are against Israel, where you would be able to live proudly gay. You could be gay and live in Israel. You could be trans and live in Israel. They don't care. Are rooting for the people who would kill you. And I can only think that people are just stupid or uninformed. Which is it? Are you ignorant or are you stupid? Because those are the only two options that it could possibly be. If you're, it's like the people are like, oh my gosh, I'm 25 years old. I should be able to afford an apartment on my own because, back in the day you could do that. No, you couldn't. You're ignorant. And if you have that information and you still ignore it, then you're stupid. Sorry. Phil from Delaware, welcome. You're on the Dom Giordano Show. He dialed 855-839-1210, by the way, if you want to join us. Go ahead, Phil.
I don't even know you yet, but I love you.
Aw, thank you.
You are just to the fact, to the point. If you have a different viewpoint, convince me otherwise. Make me wrong. But everything you've said is right on point. And the important thing is, it was a setup from the beginning to spark the Democrats into socialism, and then it just kept steamrolling, pointing in the direction. And just like you said, you're going with points that you don't even understand. You're supporting people that you're not hearing the whole story, and they are telling you. It's no secret. They're not being deceptive, but they still don't get it. Why? What do you do? What do we do?
Well, I think our children have been very indoctrinated, and parents allowed that to happen. I blame parents for allowing that to happen, for allowing your children to be indoctrinated, and parents didn't start paying attention to what was going on until COVID, when they're like, wow, wait a minute, what are you learning? What is the teacher telling you? Then they started to pay attention. But I think there are many parents who wanted to raise their children differently than they were raised. I'm going to be my child's best friend. And I'm like, that's a horrible idea. That's a really bad idea. When your kids get older, you guys can have a great adult relationship, but your child has their own friends and you have their own friends, and you need to smack them in the head every now and then, figuratively, and put them on the right path. And we stopped expecting things from our children, like chores when they're little, like a sense of responsibility, like a sense of earning, having to work for something. And we took the easy way out, and we put a screen in front of their faces, and we let the schools raise them. And now we're shocked that we are where we are, Well,
going along with that, it just made me crazy. Those kids up in Bucks County that took it on themselves to take the day off and demonstrate and get into a squabble with the police. There was a city council meeting a couple days later, And one of the mothers interviewed outside the city council meeting said the city has to take responsibility at some point. And I'm scratching my head. You've missed the point. You, the mother, you, the parent, have got to start this, just like you said, the reversal of the unions, because, again, that's another big problem besides, the money going to illegals. You've got money that the government is giving the unions that are supposed to be dispersing it, but the teachers don't get it. The administrators do, like in Delaware here. They wanted me to run...
I don't mean to be rude to you there, Phil, but we are really, 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 really up against the clock, and they're going to start yelling at me, and I'll never be invited back. So, but I am back tomorrow, whether they like it or not. But thank you so much. A great conversation, and I do appreciate you joining us here. All right, more coming up. Cully Stimson next on the Dom Giordano Show.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hi, I'm a designer with Bucks County Estate Traders. Is there anything I can help you with today?
Well, not really. I found a couple pieces I love, but I just don't know if they'll fit where I need them to, or if my partner will like them.
Oh, no worries. Did you scan the QR code? See right there. Just scan and you'll have everything you need on your phone. Pictures, dimensions, you name it.
Get out. That's amazing.
Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield. Come shop thousands of amazing furniture, decor, and art finds with QR codes on every piece. BucksCountyEstateTraders.com for more.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
And welcome back to the Dom Giordano Show here on 1210 WPHT. I'm Mary Walter in for Dom. I am back with you tomorrow and Friday as well. And don't forget, you can always check out the podcast. Our next guest has been on that podcast, as has Hans von Spakovsky. Just look for Mary Walter Radio on YouTube, on Rumble, on Getter, and then the audio on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Spreaker, which I have not gotten the audio up yet because I've been very, very busy, which is good. Lots of work, so that's a blessing. Without further ado, Cully Stimson. He is the acting director of the Institute for Constitutional Government, manager, National Security Law Program, and a senior legal fellow. You can find him at Cully Stimson, Cully Stimson, over on X. Follow him as I do. Cully, great to talk to you. How are you?
I'm great, Mary. Thanks for having me on.
I'm so glad you're here. So lots of cases that I want to talk to you about, and I'm hoping you can weigh in on. The one that really caught my eye that I want to talk about is the DOJ is now gotten involved in a case in which they are backing a group of Catholic nuns. And these Dominican sisters, the Dominican Sisters of Hawthorne, operate a home for dying cancer patients. So it's basically a hospice. And they, because of New York laws regarding lesbians, gays, bisexual, and transgender rights, the nuns may be put out of business and fined and could be imprisoned because they refuse to acknowledge that, well, you know, with same-sex, rooming and this kind of thing, and the pronouns and all that, that doesn't fly with Catholic nuns and is a shock to no one. And they have 0 complaints lodged against them in all the years they've been doing this. And New York wants to put them out of business. What is happening here?
Well, it's not all of New York. It's the radical liberals in New York who simply want the nuns, who are Roman Catholic, not to violate their holy grail, which is transgender policies. And, this should remind everybody of the Little Sisters of the Poor and other cases that came before the Supreme Court years ago, where, for example, in that case, the Obamacare mandate required people to enroll in healthcare plans that provided abortifacients. And the nuns in a cloistered nunnery were like, we don't need those. We're cloistered nuns. We take a vow of chastity and poverty. And that went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the court said that they were exempt from that mandate. And so, there's a war on religion in this country. It comes in a lot of different forms, Mary. This is yet another form of it, and I'm not surprised that New York would be doing that, but I'm also happy to see the Justice Department backing these Catholic nuns who hold the not surprising opinion that New York's transgender policies could force them to choose between their religious beliefs and continuing to care for the indigent cancer patients in their dying days. So and
to be fair, to be fair, let me ask you a question. They still take care of people who are like HIV patients who are dying. They still take care of transgender people. They don't care about whether you're gay or anything like that. They don't turn you away. They're just not dealing with the other stuff that comes with it.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. And just like Jack Phillips did in the Masterpiece Cake Shop case, where he would be more than happy to provide for cakes that were not custom made to gay couples. He just wasn't going to be forced under Colorado's law to lend his artistic talent to creating custom cakes. And here, you're right, these Dominican nuns, Dominican sisters of Hawthorne, they provide free palliative care to cancer patients of any stripe, no matter what their gender identity or sexual preferences are, but they're just not going to bow to New York's transgender mandate. And they don't want to pay the $2,000 per violation fine, and they're not going to do this. They're not going to, forcing them to choose to lose their license or comply is just is a bridge too far, and it's a violation of their conscience rights.
It reminds me of when Barack Obama sued the Little Sisters of the Poor. Remember?
Right. Yeah. That's why I mentioned it. I mean, this is just another skirmish in the war against religion, which the left will never admit to, but that's exactly what they want. They want to replace people of faith and religion in the public square with the overarching heavy hand of the government. Right, and that's just not going to happen.
Right, and then the government can then deny you care because you're MAGA. Well, you're MAGA, or you're a January 6er, just like they debanked people, right? Like Peter Navarro and others, because their values don't align with our values. So therefore, you don't get any care. Go die in the street. That's exactly what they want to do here.
Yeah, it's sad. And, once again, they're picking on the most vulnerable, sympathetic people you can think of, Little Sisters of the Poor in the Obamacare case here, these Dominican sisters who are doing God's work for people who are in the final days of their life. And instead of, focusing the government on things to better the lives of everybody and lower burdens on building businesses and stuff in New York, they're picking on Dominican sisters. It's absurd.
Yeah. Where do you see this going now that the government's gotten involved? Where does this go?
Well, this will wind its way. Well, unless New York drops it and said, okay, we're not going to pursue this, and they enter some type of a settlement agreement, which, by the way, would be in their best interest because they're going to lose. The New York may win and find some wacky judge who thinks that this is generally applicable law and it doesn't violate their First Amendment rights, which of course it does. But if and when it ever gets to the Supreme Court, which I doubt it will, the sisters will win and New York will lose. Just like Colorado has a perfect record before the Supreme Court, they've lost every case every time they're trying to stomp on people's religious liberties and their conscience.
How many cases are you allowed to use? How many lose? Or how many times can judges like Boasberg be overturned before we finally say you're really, really bad at your job and you lose your job? What do we have to do?
Well, there's a difference between being able to say that you're really bad at your job or you have a perfect record, you're wrong every time. That's not an impeachable offense. Versus saying you need to leave. And we're going to impeach you to remove you from your office, which that's a much different standard. But, it used to be the old joke that the Ninth Circuit was the circuit that was overturned the most.
The nutty ninth.
And right, exactly. But now it's other circuits, including the Fourth and Fifth. But the Ninth has a long and distinguished history of coming up with wacky opinions that get overturned by the Supreme Court.
Yeah. Before we run out of time here, I want to talk to you about the Antifa terror cell out of Texas that received 8 members so far have been sentenced. They received prison terms ranging from 30 years to life for an ambush shooting that they conducted on an ICE detention facility. And they're shocked that they're actually going to prison. Up until now, we've always been told that Antifa is an idea. There's no network. They don't have a hierarchy. It's just like random people who get together. So we can never prosecute them. We can never go after them. Why is this different? Why were we able to go after this and prosecute Antifa as not just an ideology anymore, as an organization?
For the simple reason that there was evidence that the government was able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they committed actual crimes, essentially common law crimes of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. And so it wouldn't matter, frankly, if it was Antifa, Ambifa, or no Bifa. It doesn't matter what the name of the group is. What matters is that what their underlying conduct is and whether they acted in concert together to achieve the object and purpose of the crime, which is clearly what they did, and they deserve every day of those prison sentences.
And they're big. These are big prison sentences. 7 pleaded guilty ahead of the trial. They're like, all right, I'm out. 5 agreed to cooperate and testify against their comrades, which I think is hilarious. And they showed they got the signal chats, the encrypted signal chats. They got all of that from the people who decided to go against their to roll over on them. What I thought was interesting and made me smile with glee, I will say I got a little giddy about it, is at sentencing, Cameron Arnold cried and said the night of the incident felt like a party and an opportunity to protest. Somebody got shot in the neck, and he thought it felt like a party. And he said he had expected to be back at home partying with his friends after the direct action. Daniel Rolando Sanchez Estrada also cried and claimed he was an artist and an activist. He's not a terrorist. Let's see. Zachary Everett is going to appeal his conviction. And they released a statement after the leader of this guy's song. What is his name? Something Song is the ringleader of this. And they released a statement saying that he claimed inspiration from his deceased Minnesota anti-ICE rioters, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, even though the deaths occurred over a half year after the Prairie Land attack. He wrote, I was forced by my duty to life the minimum defensive force possible to prevent what happened to Alex Preddy, to prevent what happened to Renee Good. And there's 8 more that are going to get sentenced July 1st. They must be a little scared because of the sentencing being so harsh. Does this mean that they're going to learn the lesson that they just can't do this in Texas, but they can go other places like New Jersey?
Who knows? But the most interesting part to me is when you get somebody to cooperate who's part of a broader conspiracy, you don't do that in a group setting. You do that one-on-one. So none of these individuals know what the other individuals coughed up. And my guess is that the Gov has a lot of good information on other people around the country. So if I was one of these beatniks, losers, I would be super worried that some of my wimpy brethren dime me out.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I do have one last question before we go, and don't yell at me, anybody, because we do have something to do here. But we have a lot of foreign-born judges, and we have a foreign judge named Sparkle Suknanen, who blocked the president's attempt to overhaul the voting rolls and said you can't use the government's own data, can't use Social Security data to update, and check and safeguard our elections. Is there a way to stop having so many? I think it's something like 30 or 40% of our judges are from foreign countries who come here and they vote against American values. Is there a way to stop this? Can we stop this?
Well, first off, I don't think she lives up to her first name.
Sparkle.
Secondly,
She's sparkly.
I don't have a concern about foreign-born judges because oftentimes, as you know, Mary, we have a lot of friends who are born in other countries and are the most patriotic red, white, and blue Americans you've ever met. The question is, whether the Senate is going to exercise their muscle during the confirmation process just to make sure that unqualified people, like I don't sparkle that much, doesn't get on the bench in the first place. But, these universal nationwide injunctions have been poo-pooed by the Supreme Court in the CASA case. And so I don't think that this is going to last very long.
All right. Well, Cully Stimson, thank you so much for joining us. Find him on X at Cully Stimson. Super easy. Thank you. Have a great rest of your week.
You too. Thanks.
All right. It is time. Are you ready? It's time for...
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Yeah, Mary, it is that time. Even though Dom's not here, we're still doing the Money Melody giveaway contest.
Yes.
Today's winner will win a copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense.
Oh, can I win?
Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to ask the Odyssey lawyers if the host can win. That's never happened
Technically
before.
not an employee. You know?
Technically, you're not. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are for guest hosts. I have to go into the rule book here. But yeah, playing for Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. So it was on this day in 2021 that a section of Van Arsdale Place in Teaneck, New Jersey, was renamed the Isley Brothers Way in honor of the Isley Brothers, who formed there and named their record label Teaneck after the township. The Isley Brothers have sold over 18 million records in the United States alone, with their first major hit, Shout, charting in 1959, and that's what I'm going to bring you today. I'm going to bring you the song Shout, only it's going to be covered by a different band. I want to know the name of the band covering Shout here today. Some notes about this band. They actually started as the name Sweet Children back in 1989.
Okay.
Sweet Children. But after smoking some reefer and watching Sesame Street, the way Ernie had described something ended up sounding funny to them, so they decided to name their band after this thing that Ernie had said. And in order to pay the bills at first, they worked a variety of odd jobs, I'll say that much. A lot of odd jobs. So I want to know the name of this band covering Shout here. I want to know who this is. Let's take a listen. Want to know the name of this band that originally started out as Sweet Children, forming in Rodeo, California?
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Go on a summer adventure with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer loans on both new and used vehicles with low monthly payments and flexible terms up to 84 months, as well as auto lease buyout options. Celebrate 250 years of beauty across America. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment to see if you qualify for asset-based long-term care. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Bring on the fun and bring home a new Honda with a great deal on your favorite Honda vehicles. And finally, take that road trip you've been dreaming of. Now's the time to check out the Honda Civic and HR-V from Honda, the 2026 KBB.com best value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V.
Visit Piazza Hyundai of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on 2026 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, Mary. So, yeah, we're looking for today's answer. Want to know who this band is. They started out as the name Sweet Children. Want to know who they are covering Shout by the Isley Brothers. Want to know who this is. Yeah, this trio shucked clams, flipped and delivered pizzas, and drove a diaper truck to pay the bills before they hit it big time. Want to know who this is? Looks like we got Paul on the line. Paul, who is covering the Isley Brothers here?
I believe it's Otis Redding and the Pips.
It is not Otis Redding and the Pips, no.
Nope.
It was Gladys Knight in the Pips.
Yeah, Otis, whatever, yeah. So, yeah, that's not the answer. Looks like we're going to have to take some more calls off the air here, Mary. I'll throw it to you in the meantime, see if we can't get an answer.
All right. This is a hard one. This is really hard.
I think it would be. I guess it is.
Yeah, that was hard. To me, it sounded, you told me who it is, and it doesn't sound anything like whom you said it.
That was
like,
true.
I don't know who this is.
You were way off on your guess, yeah.
I was, yeah. Well, I didn't actually have a guess. I'm like, I have no idea who this is. Not at all. Good luck, everybody, because no one's going to get it right. Better luck tomorrow. All right, I want to go back to what we were talking about with the Democrats and this leftist march, this expansion of the communist, communist wing of the Democrat Party. And, I mean, do you think, I'm curious if you think the socialists are going to branch off, are they just going to become the socialists? I know they're the democratic socialists because Democrat makes it sound like really great and wonderful, as opposed to like dirty communism. Especially a dirty commie. We're going to be a democratic socialist. That's nice. Do you think they branch off? 855-839-1210. And I think we've got Paul here on the line.
No, that was for the
Oh, no, it was Scott. Okay, but no, I'm
Money
sorry.
Melody. Actually, while we're on it, can I actually take someone who's got the answer here?
Would it happen to be a man named Dave who's also a chef?
It would be, yes.
Would he cook for me?
He just might. Chef Dave, would you cook for Mary Walter?
Yeah, anything she wants.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
What's the answer tonight, Chef Dave?
I make fresh pasta.
Nice. I'm in.
Yeah.
So what's the answer
You
for
want my
the
answer?
Money Melody, Chef Dave?
Green Day.
Nicely done. All right. Someone heard it, Mary.
Was it the driving a diaper truck that gave you the clue that pushed you over the edge to Green Day? Was that it? Like the random diaper truck comment?
No, it was the Ernie and Bert thing.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. So that's what it was. They were high watching Sesame Street when Ernie referred to the day as a green day, and they were all so high that they found it hilarious and named it. That's what they named the band, Green Day.
Yeah, they were like 15 years old.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
How do you know this? How do people know this? How do you know this?
I don't know how he knew that.
How do you know that?
I just know a lot about Green Day.
All right, there we go. He's good.
All
Jeff
right.
Dave, big Green Day fan.
Everybody's got a niche, I guess. Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Enjoy the book.
Oh, can I make a
jealous.
comment?
Sure.
All right. How about that guy that was calling up about his daughter?
Yes, Terrence.
When
yes.
I lived in an apartment with my roommate till I was like 29.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know. Yeah.
Jeez. You know? Nothing.
Go ahead.
Sounds like that guy, they live in the city. It's even more money in the city.
Right. Yeah, which is why, like my niece. Now, my brother, all my nieces had jobs at 16. They all had to get a job at 16. My brother took one thing away from each one of them that he was paying for that he knew they wanted. So, like my goddaughter, she loves makeup. She's really into makeup and all this stuff. And he walked into her room and she knew it was coming. They knew at 16 you had to get a job. And he said, all of these half-used, foundations and eyeshadows and all this other stuff, I'm not paying for it anymore. So now if you want it, you got to get a job. And she did.
Yeah, and also with the stuff about the polar bears and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I used to teach my kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I say they're teaching all this stuff about global warming and all this stuff. And I said, how long do they really think the world's going to come to an end? In 1,000 years? And they go, yeah, probably. And I say, don't worry. Some nut job Al-Qaeda guy will get a nuclear bomb and blow the whole place up way before that. That's what I have to tell them.
Yeah. Yep. Listen, I don't know if I tell my kids that, but it depends on how old they are. But I think parents, I'm sorry, raising children is hard, and it gets harder as you get, as time goes on. I get it. But you chose to have them. And you have to parent them, and you can't just sit back and assume that the school is going to instill your values in your children. That is your job. The school's job is supposed to teach them to not be idiots, functionally illiterate when they get out of school, which they're not even doing that. So they got their hands full with just making sure that they can read and write. And so it's up to you as a parent to fill in the blanks. And they don't want it. They don't do it. So...
The schools in New Jersey, they let little boys in the girls' room and little girls in the boys' room. Do you trust those people teaching your kid life? You know what I mean?
No, I absolutely hear you, Chef Dave. I hear you 100%. And this is why my husband and I did not have children, but we always said if we had children, they were going to hate us because they were going to go to Catholic school where they're allowed to, beat your children. I would have been fine with that.
Oh, yeah. I did 3 years of Catholic school. Boy, did I get beat up a couple times.
I would have been totally down with that. I would have been, have at it, sister.
Oh, my God. One time
Dave,
I got in trouble, and the nun basically beat me up.
Well, you probably deserved it. Dave,
I did, but,
And you're a good person. You're a contributing member of society now, so it was all worth it. We got to run, Dave. Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your week. All right, quick break, and then we're back with more on the Dom Giordano Show.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. Mm-hmm. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Best part about Dr. Mike Veneria is that every person who goes there says the same thing. I have a beautiful smile thanks to Dr. Mike, and that's why other dentists and doctors send their patients to Dr. Mike Veneria. He's my family dentist. the Zioli Family Dentist. First discovered by Mama Zioli for our family, and Bridget went there for a beautiful smile upgrade last year. And when it comes to your smile, you go to the guy that the other doctors and dentists send their patients to for the complex stuff. That's what you should do. Get a free dental implant consultation. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care, it's about compassion. That's why he is the best of the best. For over 12 years, other dentists have sent their patients to him for that reason. 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and in Woodbury, right over the bridge. Great people. Your care, your health, your smile, that's his top priority. Make your appointment today. VeneriaDental.com. VeneriaDental.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A comfortable air mass has settled back into the Delaware Valley for today. We'll have plenty of sunshine and will be warmer but not humid, with a high right near average at 86. For tonight, becoming partly cloudy, still comfortable. Low 66 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Thursday, we'll have partly sunny conditions and a bit warmer with a high 88.
Hey, Dawn Stensland. This summer, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth is offering 40% off installation plus flexible financing. Family owned since 1979 with the craftsmanship to prove it. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Your dream kitchen is closer than you think. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, we've been talking, and welcome back, by the way. We've been talking about the socialist takeover of the Democrat Party, and whether you think, I think there's going to be a reckoning. I think that you're going to see, and I may be wrong, but you kind of see it on the right with the MAGA part of the Republican Party versus just regular Republicans, like the establishment Republicans, and with the advent of Trump, you see the MAGA part of the party really ascending, and you start to see, although not all, Marjorie Taylor Greene lost her mind, she lost her marbles, and some of them, go off, they spin off, but you see more of the establishment Republicans kind of either retiring or getting voted out. And they're kind of seeing the same thing on the left, and I don't know if they're exactly the same, because some of the establishment Republicans are just, doing what their constituents want, which is what you're supposed to do. But some that don't, like Thomas Massie, are getting voted out. So they're having this Coming to Jesus conversation on CNN. And I want to go to cut 7. This is Shermichael Singleton. Now, Shermichael is the conservative. It's him and Scott Jennings on CNN. And Shermichael's a conservative. And again, this is on CNN, the source with Caitlin Collins. And talking about the sweep of the socialists, especially in New York and in some other cities. And it's spreading through the cities, obviously, around the country, where they want everything for free because everything's so expensive, because they give away everything for free and wash, lather, rinse, repeat. So here's Shermichael Singleton with his take on what's happening.
Yeah, look, I think this is the Tea Party moment for my friends on the left. And many in the establishment wing of my party, they dismissed many of the Tea Party elements, and obviously that spurred the rise of President Trump and him being elected twice. I think that's where this is going on the other side. And I agree with you, Congressman. I think in 2028, it will be a tale of two cities. You'll have your establishment, traditional Democrats, against someone who may be progressive, maybe even a democratic socialist, making their appeals to younger voters in particular, maybe even middle-aged Democratic voters who find themselves to be completely disgusted by a political system that they believe is no longer working for them. That said, as a conservative, I see this as a real contrast between an element of the Democratic Party that believes the United States should retract on the world stage and be weak and not support our allies. I see a iteration of the Democratic Party that does not believe in capitalism. They do not believe it works. They do believe that there's a significant percent of people in America who have earned too much, and that somehow it is the responsibility of the government to take from them and spread the wealth around to everyone else under the guise of making and improving the lot in life of the majority, those who are struggling. I would clearly view that a different way. It is a message and a contrast that I think conservatives will hopefully draw in November. We'll certainly draw it in 2028. Do you want a prosperous America, or do you want an America with government control that is expansive, with higher taxes, that dictates who can and cannot be successful? I'm willing to bet that most Americans will believe in the Republicans when drawing that contrast.
You know, and I got to tell you, I don't know that they will. I think the younger generation is very entitled. We have a generation that grew up with, and we did it, you know, like between the scaring them with the, you know, the polar bears are going to die. We locked them down during COVID. That did a number on them mentally. We really destroyed them mentally with that. And I'm looking at you Democrats, and I know Republicans, some my more conservative friends are like, I'm getting my 1-year-old vaccinated. I'm like, what? COVID broke a lot of brains. It really did. And I know some people whose brains were broken by COVID, and they still ain't right. They still ain't right. They're still sticking by their guns. They are going to die on that hill. But we did that to our kids too. So it's a combination of a lot of things. One of the people who won in New York in what they call the commie corridor, they call it the commie corridor in New York, which is, you know, it's parts of Manhattan and Brooklyn, Queens. It includes that area there because a lot of the people who moved out of Manhattan moved into the suburbs. They went to Brooklyn and they went a little bit further to Queens, and they're trying to get out onto the Long Island because they try to get further and further away of what they voted for because it's not so great. One of them, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, she's 32 years old, as I said, community organizer. So that means I'm unemployed. A Democratic Socialist means I'm a socialist. And she beat the 71-year-old Congressional Hispanic Caucus chair, first Dominican American elected to the House, tumbled her. So the incumbent is gone. She had been in Congress for a decade, which, by the way, maybe if we had term limits, this wouldn't happen to you. If we had term limits are a good thing, in my humble opinion. Her posts, now deleted, of course. She took some jabs at President Barack Obama. She called him evil. She called Joe Biden a war criminal. Her posts supporting abolishing the police are gone. She wants to get rid of prisons. Those posts disappeared. But you know what? They say the internet's forever, but if you're on the left, there's no negative to it. You can delete it, and they're like, yeah, whatever, and they just ignore it. And the media doesn't ask them about it, so it's totally fine. Whereas if she was on the right, she would have been, like if Graham Plattner was a Republican, he would be on the ash heap of you know, politicians, like wannabes. He would be gone. Look what they did to George Santos for accusations. Plattner, though, he's gonna be sitting in the seat. You watch, because by any means necessary, they want power, and they're even willing to allow communists to take that power in the Democrat Party. And in her primary night speech, she said, we have to use every tool in our toolbox to make sure that we abolish ICE and keep our immigrant neighbors safe. Now, let's go to stay on CNN, the source. Caitlin had them all. Caitlin Collins had everybody there. And this is Brad Lander. Now, Brad Lander beat Dan Goldman, name you probably know. He is an incumbent, and he's the guy who went to a coffee shop and in New York, and they wouldn't serve him because he's Jewish. I never thought I would see this happening in this country. Am I stupid? Am I naive? It's a dumb question. This is a dangerous question to ask. But am I naive for thinking that we would never see that type of anti-Semitism here? I can't imagine. Can you imagine not serving someone because they're Muslim? Could you ever imagine that happening? Of course not. But because you're Jewish, anti-Semitism's all the rage. And they go, well, I'm just anti-Zionist. I'm not anti-Semitic. Potato, potato, sweetheart. When you don't want to serve someone because of their religious beliefs, then I got a problem with you. Now, I don't, on the other hand, I don't think you can force someone to provide a service if it violates their religious beliefs, right? So I went into a deli in New York years ago when I was young and naive, and I ordered a bagel with schmear and lox. They ain't making it for me because they're not putting the lox on the bagel with the cream cheese. That's not happening because they were kosher. And instead of standing there and demanding that they do it for me, I said, oh, I'm so sorry. And I went to another deli and got what I wanted. I didn't demand that they put their religious beliefs aside. Now, I don't know the religion that tells you can't serve a Jewish person coffee. I don't know where that religion exists. So now there's all these protests outside this coffee shop, of course. But you know what? Maybe the Jewish people shouldn't have voted for Mamdani. You know what? You voted for your own demise. Suicidal empathy. There you go. I saw it coming and I'm like, you people are stupid. And they voted for Mamdani. You had these rabbis that were there standing there with him. And I thought, you dumb, dumb bunnies. You're going to be the first to go. And here it is. So, all right, quick break. We're going to come back with audio from Brad Lander and also Stephen Miller talking about the state of the Democrat Party. And we'll find out if you agree with him or not. So we're going to do it quickly. And then we're back with more on the Dom Giordano Show.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this June with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango. Equipped with V8 engines. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now. trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
And thank you for letting me sit with you today. It's been a lot of fun. I'll be with you tomorrow and Friday as well. So let's get on here. Let's go back to CNN. The source, Brad Lander, defeated Dan Goldman, and he was on with Caitlin Collins on The Source, and he was discussing, he's more to the left. He is a socialist, and he was discussing it with Caitlin Collins. Here he is.
I think progressives have been winning across the country. Ana Lilia Mejia, Chris Rabb, Adam Hamawi, Daniel Biss. And those are folks who say, we want to see a Democratic Party that's fighting harder. We shouldn't be taking corporate PAC money from Wall Street and crypto and AI and APAC. We've got to fight harder for working families and have people see us fighting for them. And we have to reset the U.S. relationship with Israel.
Notice he only said we have to fight harder. We have to fight. We can't take money from these places, which they're all going to take money from because they always do. They always lie. I don't care who they are. They lie. And 9 times out of 10, they take money. There are some on both sides who do stick to their guns and they don't do it and they can't be compromised. They can't be bought. But they are few and far between. And the longer you stay in Washington, the longer you learn the game, and the more likely you are to just take that money and then sit there and go, we shouldn't be taking money from Bitcoin. And then they're taking money from Bitcoin. And they're like, well, I didn't do it. It was a PAC that took the money, whatever. So they're all a bunch of liars when it comes to that. But do you notice he doesn't say anything definitive? We're just going to fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight Washington. We're going to fight. It's really just fighting Trump. We're just going to fight. But they don't give you any, there's nothing concrete. It's a lot of pretty words. It's kind of like Kamala Harris when she talks about the wheels on the bus, right? In the end, you're like, you just said a lot but didn't say anything at all. All right, next one. This is more with Brad Lander talking about, listen, he brings up Senator John Fetterman in this. Listen to this.
When he was asked about the Democratic primaries in New York tonight, including yours, Senator John Fetterman, obviously a Democrat from Pennsylvania, said, quote, the dirtbag left is surging. What's your response to that?
I mean, look, I'm not going to respond to, what slurs, I guess. I don't know what you would call it. When I launched this race, I said I didn't think what was at stake was progressives versus moderates. There are plenty of moderate districts across the country, and I've knocked doors for moderate Democrats, and I'll do it again as we head for November. The line is between fighters and folders. And it's possible to be a progressive or a frontline Democrat and say, we have got to be the party that fights harder for working families and actually delivers for them. And on those things, on universal child care, on making housing more affordable for people, on winning back the health care subsidies that Republicans cut, there's broad agreement across the party. The question is, how do we get out there and show people we're fighting for it?
So when Fetterman calls your wing of the party the dirtbag left, I mean, you're saying he's wrong.
I mean, I'm not sure Fetterman is in our party anymore, to be honest. Democrats are having primaries to determine what kind of candidates we want to put on the field. And there'll be a diverse array of candidates because they reflect and represent a diverse array of districts. Primaries are a time to have those fights out. And then as we head toward the fall, it's a time of unity. I will try to be a force of unity. I hope Senator Fetterman will stop attacking other Democrats and decide to rejoin the fold. But if he wants to leave the party, we've got a lot of great fighters who can show up and fight for working families.
So he said a lot but didn't say anything. Yeah, we're going to figure out how to deliver. But we're going to fight. But you don't know what you're going to how you're going to deliver anything. Yeah, but we're going to fight. We're going to fight for working families. They're not saying anything. They're just promising free stuff. But we're going to fight for working families. Okay, how? How? And it's amazing to me that nobody asks the follow-up question. She didn't say, okay, you said several times you're going to fight. You're going to fight. You're going to fight. We're going to fight. They want fighters. Yeah, I'm a fighter. Okay, how? They don't talk about it. So Stephen Miller, I think, put a bow on this very nicely. This is the last cut here, cut 10. Stephen Miller, he says, I just love the way he says things. He's like, he's just a weird dude, but I just like the way he says that. Stephen Miller putting a bow on it for us.
That's the communication challenge that we all have together, Sean, which is to explain to the American people that Democrats you grew up with, the Democrats that your mom and dad grew up with, the Democrats that your grandma and grandpa grew up with, do not exist anymore at all, not at any level of government. A vote for any Democrat anywhere for any office is empowering a party that wants to strip this country to the bone, to take away our security, our defense, our way of life. You know, just tonight, Sean, I saw a Democrat member of Congress online defending the Antifa terrorists in Texas who were just jailed for shooting an ICE officer. They shot an ICE officer. They were charged with terrorism, and a Democrat congresswoman was defending the Antifa terrorists.
Yeah, that's where we are. They're defending the Antifa terrorists, but he said the Democrat Party is dead. The old Democrat Party is dead. It is no longer your parents, your grandparents' Democrat Party. And I think we've seen that for a while. You've got RFK Jr., right? Like his family was they're like the poster children for the Democrat Party. And they're out. Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg's son, who was running, he's like a weird. He's weird. You want to talk about weird? He's a weirdo. He came in third, which I thought was interesting because he was pretty far to the left. But I think because he's a Kennedy, he just evokes a connection to them that they don't like anymore. They just don't like that. All right, I'm going to end with this. I personally think pickleball is a cult, although my husband's nephew is nationally ranked and makes a lot of money and travels the world playing pickleball. He's a young kid. And so it's like an actual real thing. Well, on May 31st, according to court records, during a doubles game that Sunday in Treaty Park in St. Augustine, Florida, a dispute arose between players about the retrieval of a ball. Upon completion of the match, one man named Ron, 50 years old, went to speak with the defendant's son regarding critique of his playing style. Now, he's a regular. He's a devoted pickleball player and a member of the Facebook St. Augustine Pickleball Group. And police say that during the course of the beef between the man and the woman's son, she injected herself into the argument and then struck the man in the head several times with the pickleball paddle, which are heavy, by the way, leaving injury to his face that caused several cuts and a large amount of blood.
Thanks. Wow.
When cops responded to the pickleball courts, she allegedly gave them a fake name. We find out she is a licensed nurse practitioner who lives 2 miles from the park in a home that she purchased in 2019. When questioned by police, she claimed she was defending her son. However, officers reported there did not appear to based on victim and witness statements to be an imminent threat to life, limb, or propensity of violence to occur. So my hunch is she's out on bond, but my hunch is she is a former or soon to be former licensed practical nurse. So it's a cult, people. It's a cult. All right, I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, Kirk. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great week.